να μπει ένα γενικό πλαίσιο. Εννοείται να λέει τις κυβερνήσεις, το ILO δεν έχει δουλειά στους πρέπει να ισχύσει αυτό και αυτό. Οι γενικές κατευθύνσεις είναι αυτές. Μετά εμείς και τα εθνικά κοινοβούλια να ψηφίσουν και να συμμορφωθούμε τις συστάσεις του ILO. Οπότε δηλαδή το επιστήμιο πρέπει να
υπάρχει στενή συνεργασία του ILO.
Στενή συνεργασία και από εκεί και πέρα δηλαδή αυτά είναι διατυπώσεις, έχουν καταγραφεί όλες οι αυτές.
Συγγνώμη, θεωρώ ότι τις αφήνω επί αρκετά. Απλά για καλημέρα το κάνουμε
πες τον άνθρωπο μας, πέφτονται φεστιβάλ στην οποία τέτοια, αν έχετε τη δυνατότητα να παίζατε κάτι.
Να το πούμε, οκ. Ούτε εγώ και εγώ.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I ask you to take your seats? We need to start. I need my watch to take the time.
So what order?
I will tell you.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you had a nice dinner last night and a restful sleep overnight. So welcome back to our work session 5 this morning. Which is on the organization of work and production. Just to recall the context, you know that the ILO has engaged in so-called 4 ILO Centenary conversations. In 2019 there will be the ILO Centenary, and the overarching subject in this year will be the future of work. So in that context, they have 4 centenary conversations have been identified. Yesterday we dealt with 2 of them, that was work and society and decent jobs for all. Now we are talking about the organization of work and production, and then after that we have the governance of work. So let me briefly introduce first myself. I'm Christian Hess. I'm from the International Labour Organization, and in the International Labour Organization I represent the Bureau for Employers Activities, which is a liaison office for employers organizations. As you know, the ILO is tripartite, and employers organizations are one constituent. Yeah, I think we have also a very distinct panel here today, and let me also introduce the members of the panel. First of all, the Honorable Oliver Joseph, who is the Minister for Economic Development, Planning, Trade, Cooperatives and International Business in Grenada. So he covers, I think, a very broad portfolio, and will be able to give us really a global view on the questions we are addressing. Then I continue on the left side, Mr. Mohamed Alawi, who is the President of the Commission of Employment and Industrial Relations within the Economic, Social and Environmental Council of Morocco. And he is also a member of the Executive Committee of the Moroccan Labor Union. Then on my right side we have Mrs. Aphrodite Makri-Gianni. She's a senior expert in the Economic and Social Council of Greece, and she's also a mediator in the Organization of Mediation and Arbitration. And then last but not least, on the very right side, Mr. Shalva Skakaya. He's a board member of the Georgian Employers Association, which is the most representative employers organization in Georgia, and also represented on the Tripartite Council in Georgia. And Mr. Skakaya is also partner of the GLCC law firm in Tbilisi, Georgia's capital. Now, also by way of introducing into this discussion, let me make some remarks and give some impressions, what I took home from yesterday's session. I think the discussion yesterday showed that there are very diverse approaches and perceptions regarding the future of work, which of course is not surprising. We have here very diverse countries with diverse situations. It's clear that because of the economic structure, the geographical situation, the priorities in this field for a country like Grenada are not the same as for a country like Belgium. But maybe the biggest problem is that well, the little problem about the future is that nobody really knows what it is about, which creates some uncertainty. And so it's very difficult to take concrete action. So what can you do in such a situation? I think the only thing you can do is to observe what is going on, to try to understand and try to assess what you understand. And here I want to stress, I think it's really important to try to do that in an objective way. Because like with any other things, there are always good and bad things. And just to illustrate that a bit, because that is also included in one of our questions today, globalization, global supply chains. I think one has to recognize that global supply chains, which is the main feature of globalization, overall had very beneficial effects. We heard yesterday that poverty worldwide was reduced significantly in the past decade, and that is above all true for those countries who were involved in globalization and where companies in these countries were involved in global supply chains. But then, of course, there are also negative effects. Somebody also has to pay, which is also true. There are job losses in industrialized countries. There are problems of workplace compliance in developing countries, child labor, occupation safety and health, environmental issues, which of course also have to be addressed. But my plea would be, we have to see the whole picture, the whole picture. And in the ILO, sometimes we may look rather at the problems, which is also natural because it is our job. We are there to help solve problems. But I think we should still not lose sight also of the positive effects. And if you make an assessment and want to make a decision what to do, then you have to look at both sides. But let's now come to our session this morning. We have been asked to address two questions, and I want to, although they are of course connected, I want to take them one by one. So the first question is, how has an increasingly globalized economy, including global supply chains, shaped the employment relationship? So the employment relationship, that is the issue of the development of so-called non-standard forms of employment, part-time employment, temporary agency work, digital platform work. And already yesterday we heard here that that there is an increasing diversification. There's a blurring of the borderlines between employment and entrepreneurship. The maybe extreme example are these zero-hour contracts, where you really can see that employees have become entrepreneurs. They have to take, or if they work under such contracts, there's hardly any difference to an entrepreneur who takes entrepreneurial risks. But I think here also probably the picture is quite diverse, and I just want to quote a publication made by the European Foundation in Dublin this year, which found, quite interestingly, in my view, that in the past 10 years, apart from part-time work, there was no increase in non-standard forms of employment in Europe, I think, which is quite telling. I mean, it's, of course, only limited to the European region, and we don't know how that will develop in future. But I would have expected there had been a strong increase, which was not the case. Anyway, let's see what our panel members have to say on that. And I would follow the order and the program. So may I first ask Your Excellency, Oliver Joseph, to deal with the first question. We have unfortunately not started on time, and we also want to keep some time for questions and answers. So may I ask you just to deal with the first question in 4 or 5 minutes, what the findings in your country are. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And let me thank the ILO for the invitation to this meeting. As a small island developing state, we are very pleased to be here at this social dialogue. The social dialogue is something new for us in Grenada. We have established a committee of social partners, which I will deal with when I come to the second part of the question. Yeah. But let me address the first part on globalization. Globalization is a reality that we must deal with now. You have international brands, in the case of Grenada, international hotel chains come in, then you have international food chains that are coming to establish. And therefore, it will have impact on the workforce. There are new forms of employment conditions. You have the issue of contract work to deal with. In my country, we are used to having employment for very long times. Now you have to deal with contract workers, and the unions are not too happy with contract workers because of its temporary nature and the membership in the trade unions. But in dealing with it, we have to look at the organization of work, as the question says. How can we organize? And I want to state here that in the organization of work must be forward-looking. And that's the first point, really, that I want to leave at this seminar. That we must think there are uncertainties about the future, but that's why you have risk. If you are certain of what will happen, there will lower the risk. But uncertainty creates risk. And therefore, you have to understand clearly the working environment and the culture, and understand the business, the investors that come to your country to establish and conduct business. They are coming from a different work culture to ours. And therefore, we need to understand that. So that's the first point I want to make. The second point is, we need to equip the workforce through training and professional development, because we are in the technological age, the digital age, as we say, and therefore we have to keep training our workers to deal with new technology in the production. Because the world, as a globalized world now, communication is very easy. You connect quite quickly. The transaction costs of doing business is less now. And therefore, all these factors need to be addressed in the organization of work. You have flexible working hours, and we need to understand, in our country, the standard working time is 8 to 4, but when you have international hotels and other international brands coming to set up, you have to work different hours because they operate on a 24-hour basis. And therefore, the workforce had to be flexible, and we need to reskill the labor force. Sometimes we do not have our people trained with the appropriate skills. So while we may have a lot of graduates, but getting the appropriate skills is necessary in a globalized world. And that is things that the employer, government, and trade unions need to understand and work together so that we can have our people reskilled to take up this level of employment because of the impact of globalization and what is happening in a small island like Grenada. Can have, in large countries, it doesn't matter what size you are, you have to compete in a globalized world. And so, therefore, the issue of training must be given priority in our time. So I've been limited to only a few minutes, so I'll stop here, and then when I come to the second part, I'll go into how it is done in Grenada. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think very, very clear answer. So you have more contract workers. You said you have to accommodate the needs of investors who invest in hotels, and there are particular working hours in hotels. So now, Mr. Aloy, what's the situation in your country? So how has non-standard employment developed, just on that?
Merci, Président.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like, on behalf of the Secretary General of our EAC in Morocco, to thank the organisers for this wonderful event that will allow us to share these very important things. And I'd like to thank them also for the very warm welcome that OKE has actually given us. I will try to summarize in 3-4 minutes. It's of course very difficult, but we know that yesterday's meeting was very important, with very many interesting points raised. And I think it's very important to keep the debate that we had yesterday in mind. Now, we talked about the 4 mega drivers of globalization. We talked about technology, environment, demography, and we see that this has, in fact, made a difference on public debate. And I think that there is also another major challenge, and that is the rate of urbanization. It's so fast, and it's something that we have to keep it in mind with the 4 mega drivers that we had yesterday, because this is, in fact, something that affects the issue in terms of jobs in the agriculture and in the city. So we see that this will, in fact, create issues of training, health, infrastructure, and I think that it should be part and parcel of our concerns and integrated in these issues. Of course, we had not talked about the political dimension. I think that social dialogue must be developed in a democratic framework, and it is only this that it's responsible. So I think this is important to keep in mind. The third or the fourth element that drew my attention was one that we want the ILO and the ACES to think about. We're talking about this fourth industrial revolution and whether it's going to actually create a problem with the revolution that is industrial revolution that's happening in southern countries with these robotics. And we see that we have to wonder whether we need to preempt the consequences, anticipate them, because we see that the emerging and developing countries will not be able to have their own growth if we're not careful. Now, with respect to globalization and its impact on the industrial relations, I think that the first point to raise is that we have to actually see what is happening. We have to have, in fact, a competition amongst the various regions worldwide. And we have to make certain that this brings out the best possible benefits and the best possible results. So we see that the multinationals are controlling the global supply chains, and this pursuit of maximum profitability by them actually are affecting adversely the weaker links, and that is the workers and the social protection thereof. But we're going to come back to this in the second point. What affected us in Morocco is the development of the temporary employment agencies, and we see that these actually downgrade the working conditions. According to the studies of our organization, we see about 30% of the new jobs in our country are precarious, and often we see that they have not even become official with contracts, and this is in fact a great challenge indeed. Another point that we have to actually look at is the fact that we have a bad legal framework for the subcontracting of work, and I'm thinking of what happened in the ILO in the 90s. There was a whole discussion about a contract or convention for temporary work through agencies, but this did not actually result in an agreement because the social partners and the governments did not actually decide on a final text. Perhaps we should come back to it and regulate this matter. So we see that there was an explosion of the number of these agencies, employment agencies, that is. And it's as if we're renting labour. And of course, this is to the detriment of the working conditions. And we went to certain companies, and we are undertaking a study as we speak in Morocco with respect to subcontracting. And we see that there are problems within the company itself because we have the permanent employees and we have the other categories of workers. And initially, we had the outsourcing of those professions, of those that did not make up the core activities. Now we have engineers and technical workers who are contractors, and we see that they undertake jobs that have to do with the very core of the activities of the business. And we see that a technician that is permanent and one who is temporary do not have the same working conditions. And of course, this creates conflict inside the company, and it is difficult to have a legal framework for these temporary workers. And it is very difficult to have this framework, of course, but this does not pertain solely to the public sector, because we see that, so not only the private sector, but we see also in the public sector that a part of the employees has this characteristic. We have spoken about various jobs that have been assigned to external contractors, but now we see that we've gone to a new stage. We see that we have, in fact, contract workers for remote jobs, and that means that this globalization has not only disrupted matters of technology, but this has, in fact, impacted on the labour market and the very nature of employment. I wanted to speak about one more point that appears to be important. And we know that the employment relationship creates problems. We had cases whereby an agency that actually employs many went broke. So who will actually cover the employees? And that creates many problems. And the classic traditional relationship that comes about with a salary is something that a permanent worker can claim, but we shouldn't be able to actually send out temporary workers without having certain legal consequences. And I think that at our level, with respect to the ESCs, we should actually take this line of inquiry further in order to ensure the protection of employees and to have flexibility in terms of the company.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Alouai. Also to briefly summarize, so in Morocco, you said temporary work agencies created many jobs, but many of them are also precarious. And then there's also an increase of contract work. And then you mentioned this additional problem, who guarantees outstanding wages if such companies go bankrupt. Okay, now let's turn to Greece. Mrs. Makrigianni, what is the situation in that respect in Greece, please?
Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Thank you, Chair. I would like first and foremost to thank you or congratulate the ILO and ICESIS with respect to this very topical 2 days, because they have been looking at the recent developments in the labour market. Now, I see that this discussion about globalization takes us back many years. And I remember that the first state of modern globalization actually starts from the 70s and from the US, to be specific. I remember characteristically that in the mid-80s, it was in fact the main topic of discussion in Europe about how globalization is a positive or negative thing for the labour market and the European economy. So as we speak, globalization is a given fact. It has started to be contested in recent times after the economic crisis that has, in fact, been felt in the European and global economies. And we see that there is, in fact, a tendency to debate this, and we see that we seem to be talking about a certain level of protection of the national markets to varying degrees, so that the states can find a balance between the economy and the social crisis that they're experiencing. I think that we all believe that this backward slide is not good, and this would have negative ramifications. It would be worse than the current state of affairs. But I think we have to look at how we can best manage the negative phenomena caused by the new globalized market. But it's not only globalization, but it's also the speed of change in technology. And we see that this has been felt in society and in the economy. Of course, we see that the crisis has ended. At least that is what certain international organizations have foreseen. So we have 3.6% and 3.7% growth for 2018 and 2019. And there's positive forecasts for the global economy. And of course, there are certain points that there could be certain risks, but we see that it's considered that internationally and globally the matters have in fact come to a more balanced state of affairs. Now, we have to look at how employment is shaping up in the EU. We see that after 2013, the unemployment rate has started declining. So we see that there's an average now that of 8.5% in the 28 EU member states and 10% in the Eurozone. In Greece, of course, things are not so positive in terms of employment, because we see that we have one of the highest rates of unemployment that we've had in the last decades, and despite the fact that it has gone down by 5% in the last 3 years or so, we see that it is still 21%, which is very high. And this is on the basis of the official stats that we have for Q3 of 2017. Now we see this stabilization of employment in terms of Europe, not so much in Greece, whereby the situation is still fragile, actually conceals certain other quality features which are not so positive. We see that employment has increased, but what has increased greatly is part-time work and its share in employment. On a European level, part-time work in 2016, which are the last official stats of Eurostat, is about 20%. And partial employment, of course, differs between the EU countries. We have some that have very good economies, such as Germany, Denmark, UK, and they have a share of part-time work which is over 30%. Now, with respect to Greece, we see that this amount of part-time employment has increased greatly. In the last 7 years, it is up 30%. And a large number of the employees that actually opt for part-time work, because we have this approach also that part-time employment is a choice. And we see that a lot of people who opt for it, about 67%, say that this is not something that they wanted, but they were forced to do so. And they were forced to opt for part-time work. Now, this increase of part-time work and the various flexible forms of employment has really deteriorated the living standard of the employees. In Greece, at least, the information that we have from ILO-AICESIS, we see that the average wage of those who are employed on a part-time basis, it does not go over 390 euros. We see that this does not even guarantee a satisfactory, or it doesn't allow them, says the speaker, to even survive properly. I will not tire you further with stats. I would like to draw the conclusion that globalization and the technological revolution has in fact resulted in a reshaping of the labor markets, and we see that we have more part-time and flexible forms of employment, and this has, of course, consequences for the workers. So we see that in this globalized environment, the EU firms and generally the firms consider the labor cost as something that reduces the competitiveness. And generally, they want to operate without restrictions that are, in fact, created by the regulatory frameworks of the labor law. So that is how we are going on to a new form of business. We're leaving behind us the traditional business where the employee had a specific career and long-term employment with one employer and a specific time schedule, and we're going on to new forms of employment whereby the employee is isolated from the workspace, from the working schedule, and often it's very difficult to say who's the employer and what is the obligation of the employer vis-à-vis the employee. The new businesses want to organize production in a flexible manner, and this means that they can assign part of their internal production processes to subcontractors, and that means that they can really adjust their price and production costs respectively. And of course that really creates jobs that are fragile and which can be done away with at any point in time. And of course, they're outside the sphere covered by the existing labor law so far. The labor law that exists in the developed economies. Now, in a global level, and I'm bringing my intervention to a change, so only 1/4 is, in fact, of the jobs are stable jobs, whilst the rest have to do with jobs that are flexible and informal types of employment. Here, I'd like to conclude my intervention on the first question by saying that this new globalized economy will not be able to advance much without finding new balances and new levels of security for labor in combination with the productive operation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Mahagiani. I think this Greece case is also quite special because in your case, the impact of the crisis and globalization come together, and it's probably also a bit difficult to isolate the effects of the two. But in any case, what I took from your presentation is that while employment is now picking up, a big share is part-time employment, other flexible forms of work, involuntary part-time employment, which also is precarious because wages are quite low. You have increased subcontracting, and in the end, only 1/4 of the jobs are the regular, stable jobs. So, okay, let's turn to Georgia. Shava, please quickly, what are the developments in Georgia?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you, ILO, for this honor. And also, I would like to thank our Greek colleagues for a very hospitable receive. Thank you very much. Just before we go into the future of the work, I would like to mention that some of us had to do some catch-up. You know, Georgia has the unfortunate Soviet heritage of overly state-regulated employment market. And then since then, we have shifted to a totally, radically liberal, unregulated labor relationships. And now we are starting to go into the balanced and more reasonable employment legal framework. So just since last 5 years, basically, our government, together with the social partners, is starting to take initiative towards this balanced legal framework, as I mentioned. We are only now starting the tripartite social dialogue, really. Before we go into the future, those are the steps that we need to take just to catch up where most of you guys are. The 18-member tripartite council was established, about which we will probably talk about in the second part of this session. I have to also proudly report that Convention 144 was ratified finally in Georgia, so I'm sorry to report to ILO people, you will have to change the map in your printing here. We are already, we should be green on this map, and I'm also proud that our Employers Association had a leadership in initiating this ratification for Georgian standards. So the business side of this social dialogue is also actively involved in making more balanced employment relationships. The recent amendments into the labor law actually introduced several protective measures for the workers, which make our lives as businesses also easier, and we supported this kind of changes. The same amendments introduced the collective employment dispute mediation mechanism, and now the government is starting to appoint the mediators, your colleagues, Ms. Markigiani, who have already mediated about 29 collective disputes, 70% of which came with a settlement. Were resulted with a settlement. The country is working on the employment inspection mechanism, which is on a voluntary basis, which I think also is a good step forward. Europe is playing already a good role in terms of future of the work in relationship with Georgia, at least. The deep and comprehensive free trade agreement we have with Europe, as well as the association agreement with the EU, introduces several Euro directives in terms of the labor rights and work safety. So we have started elaborating the law on the hard, hazardous and dangerous work, which is also part and parcel of this EU association agreement. There are some opportunities in terms of the globalization of the work, and I really want to ask you also to look at it from the positive perspective, because what I'm hearing, this flexible, what we call unstable jobs, I think is being a little bit demonized. Youth unemployment that we talk about so frequently is changing the shape and the statistics of the employment. More of the youth prefer the flexible jobs. It's a matter of choice in many cases. People like to travel with their office. People like to do their everyday job while having also an opportunity and flexibility to see the world, interact with other people, and learn some things from others. So let me just tell you about the future of the work, Mr. Chairman. Let me tell you the experience from last week when one of the employees lost a job in front of me. Basically, a designer who was designing all kinds of design materials for our company lost the job because we found out that the freelancer.com works much better, much easier, and more efficiently. So some person which I've never seen in my life from Pakistan made a better design for my company than the designer who was working on an employment contract with us. This is the trend we cannot avoid. This will continue, and we just need to find the ways how to deal with it. So this kind of trends will result in the loss of jobs. This will result in the global competition. Now, my Georgian designer realizes that he has a competition in Pakistan. So the nearing the living standards and opportunities around the globe is also an issue that we support. We, from the employer side, we do support it. However, it needs to be addressed in a reasonable manner. The collective bargaining and the stable job-related measures that I just mentioned that we are trying to catch up are becoming irrelevant with this new flexible work environment. The youth, right now, the shared workspaces are flourishing in our country. The people just don't have a specific office. Whenever they feel the need, they go to the shared office and they sit with people from different companies working on different kind of issues. They sit together and they do the work. So obviously they're not as protected employment from the employment perspective. But for many of them, this is their choice, and I think we need to look at it from the opportunity perspective and not necessarily just demonize it. Of course, the atypical work standards and atypical employment needs addressing. And I think the social dialogue participants should take the lead in this. The new standards, the new standards are needed, not just right now we have the standards for the stable, the traditional work environment, but we don't have standards for the future work environment. Right now, as a lawyer, I can tell you I am contacted by many international companies asking, what do we consider as an office if the worker works from home? And many companies now are decreasing the office work hours and increasing the work from home hours. So what do we consider of being a person being in the office while he's actually sitting in his kitchen and he might cut his hand with a knife? So what is our response to that hazardous work situation? Of course, I think it was addressed here, and learning opportunities and vocational training, training of the workers is key to this more flexible environment of employment. People need to be more flexible in learning new skills to adapt. And in this regard, I think the work-based learning as well as vocational learning will be very important. And we need to keep this in mind where we are introducing new regulations like minimum wages, for example, because we don't want this to be in detriment to the work-based learning opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaiva. I think that your statement also included some elements which were new. I mean, on the one hand, you said there is an increase of flexible jobs, but you said, well, let's not completely demonize that. Actually, young people, many young people also appreciate the flexibility. Apart from that, you have to deal with that. There is global competition. Can you hear me? Yeah. We have to face the global competition, and but on the other hand, we have to find solutions. We need to deal with it in a reasonable manner. We need new standards for the flexible forms of work. There are lots of questions which are new and which were not there when you had just the regular employment. But you have to well, to address that in a forward-looking way. Okay, now I think we turn quickly to the next question, and that is what is the role of the economic and social councils in, on the one hand, ensuring that workers also in an environment of evolving new forms of employment are protected, and at the same time that enterprises still have an enabling environment for their development, and that their needs regarding forms of employment are also addressed. And of course, we assume that economic and social councils have a role to give advice in this field. So again, to start with Minister Oliver Joseph. So if, let's say, you from the perspective, I mean, you are the government, but if you consider yourself as a member of the council, what would be your advice on these two questions? Very quickly, please, we don't have time. 3 minutes.
Thank you. In Grenada, we have what we call the Committee of Social Partners. So it is not called Economic and Social Council, but from what I've read about the Economic and Social Council, it operates the same way. On the committee, we have the trade unions, churches, NGOs, labor. All the social partners in the country are represented on this committee that is chaired on the government side by the Prime Minister. And they play a critical role in advising government on economic and social issues. And the reason why this committee has been successful is that their suggestions, the advice, has been taken together when the government is formulating its policies. For example, in the budget presentation, they will be consulted. With respect to labor laws, we have a labor code. In Grenada, we have very strong labor laws that are enshrined. Collective bargaining is enshrined in our laws. And this committee of social partners will discuss emerging issues. So all issues that we spoke about here, about globalization and new forms of employment, this committee plays a critical role. And it is one that the IMF, we went through a structural adjustment program supported by the IMF. And they looked at our model of social partners, and it is now recommended to small island developing state as a model that government should follow, because they saw the inclusiveness of the model to bring all partners together. And the structural adjustment program was very successful because of the support of the social partners. So it is one that started only 4 years ago, but one that has worked very well, as the industrial relations climate has been very stable in Grenada because of this consultative process. And so we are very pleased with what we have been able to achieve through this dialogue with all the social partners. And so I am very happy to be here at this meeting discussing social dialogue, because it is the key to success. It has helped our economy. We have witnessed 5% growth in our economy over the last 5 years, annual growth. And we contribute that to the stability and the peace and the participation of this committee of social partners. And so it is one that we are very pleased, is something that we have achieved that has worked well for our country. And as I said, the IMF and the World Bank, they are recommending this model to other small island states in terms of inclusiveness of all the social partners. So given the limited time, I will stop here, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think you stressed a very important point, that it's very important that there's a common approach, that there's agreement amongst the social partners and the government, whatever they propose. But still, what you say, what was the main advice given to protect workers, to create an enabling environment for enterprise? Is there one particular advice that came from your council?
When we looked at the labor relations, we have the Labor Employment Act, and the council said they wanted, the trade union in particular said, we need to put in certain things dealing with hours of work, overtime pay, holidays, and all these issues they wanted in the code, and the government accepted that part and included it in the code.
Okay. So now, Mr. Alawi, it's your turn. So what did you do?
15 minutes.
Oh. 2.
Okay, merci, President.
Well, thank you, President. I would like to answer this question about the role of the Economic and Social Councils and similar institutions. With respect to Morocco, we see that our ESC has, in fact, a particular feature, and that is that we only have representatives of employers and employees and civil society and experts, but no government. And there are, of course, certain people from institutions that can help us in terms of information. Now, I believe that this independence that we have is very important because it permits this structure to actually bring about more bold consensus, which can, in fact, feed into the public policies. And something that we consider important is that the Parliament and the government have to submit all the bills of law, the economic and social bills, to our council for our opinion. So we see that for various public and state policies, we've provided our opinion, and that has been given in the form of report or opinions. And in our website, you will see all those views. I think that thus we can promote dialogue, and I think that we should give a clarification also in the level of councils. We see that we do not have perhaps the negotiations per se, because we have other places where negotiations take place in order to have certain social debates and dialogue, and to have tripartite negotiations. We have in the Council the various platforms for discussion and to engage in social dialogue, but no deal maker. So we have thought that it would be important to prepare a national charter, and this charter includes 6 parameters, or 39 parameters, and a large set of principles, so that we can, in fact, have overall agreements in these matters. We have access to services and to well-being. We have development, social solidarity, and there is also another point which we consider important, and that's social dialogue and the dialogue amongst citizens, the protection of the environment by the government, and and responsible governance. So we have, in fact, this charter with these various important levers or drivers. Now, we have 7 committees, 3 that work on matters related to a new social model. We are, in fact, ready to mobilize our collective consciousness for a new social model, and that will be adapted to the specificities of each and every country. So that means the councils are, in fact, the way forward that will enable us to have innovation and development for a new social model. And we see that this will not always be following external factors and external recommendations. Of course, there shouldn't be an obligation to actually apply it to all the world, but we need each and everyone to forge our own social model. We have to see how we will actually regulate the informal ways, informal types of work, and we have a committee that is looking at social protection and how we can innovate on this, and there's another committee that is actually looking at technology and Industry 4.0. And I think that by January, February, we'll have the reports from these committees. What we can draw as a conclusion is that we have to manage the various phases of a worker's life. And these are characterized by phases of work, phases of employment, and phases of training. And these three phases must be those that make up the new social model that we want at the level of the Council. Now, with respect to social protection now, by being able to completing the base, we have to see how we can actually finance solidarity from the employees, and we will go deeper into this matter. Now, another point, we have the unemployment phases, and the employees or citizens should be able to have coverage, social security coverage, health coverage, and have a basic revenue that will allow them to survive. And a third dimension, we have to actually reform our educational system, especially the VET, vocational education and training, so that we can be up to the task of responding to the future challenges, to have a continuous adaptation of workers in the uncertainties that are brought about by the rapid technological change of the future. I think that an overall reform can take place in a reasonable period of time so that the workers can adjust to these technological changes. We already have a report available, and it is entitled Lifelong Learning. And this actually expresses certain of the recommendations towards the government, and this should also include the right to education, the right to training of the employee. And, of course, there must also be the financing by the company. And in the times of unemployment, there should be a solidarity system that will enable the employee to have access to this training. This report dates to 2014. We were already in the digital economy phase then, and we said that there must be criteria for monitoring the market nationwide, and to make certain that qualifications are upgraded. And we see that there are, in fact, people who work on a sectoral level, and this is a recommendation that has been adopted by the government, and it's trying to create these labour market observatories. And we see that this is a matter that we are focusing on in our council. We would like to pursue it further. And I think the best possible way is to encourage these national agreements that will be adopted by all parties. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Alavi. Yeah, also, I think that's a very interesting example. On the one hand, you stressed that you have a very independent council, and that it's very elaborated to address various questions, but I also noted that, let's say, a real focus on it is on education and training, lifelong learning, so that you see as a key question, and I think it's also something that both addresses needs of workers' protection and the needs of enterprises. So, Mrs. Macagiani, what is your council's advice?
Ευχαριστώ και πάλι.
Thank you once again. Permit me to have a different approach to the matter, because the phase in which the social dialogue is in our country is in a different point. First and foremost, I consider that this environment, as it has shaped up in the labour market, is competitive towards any type of social dialogue procedure. So we see the great increase of the informal types of work today actually creates employees that cannot actually express themselves collectively. And we see that they cannot actually fall under specific workers' groups with common claims. And we see that a large number of jobs is outside of the existing labour law. So that means that there's a large number of workers that, or who cannot ensure a minimum of protection. And this, of course, is a prerequisite for the labour market, that a labour market that is interested in also safeguarding its social character. Now, in Greece, throughout the crisis, the interventions made in order to support our country have, in fact, led to collective negotiations and agreements backsliding, and we have, in fact, labour law modifications that, in fact, reduce the scope of the collective agreement, starting from the general collective agreement that has been weakened, and that means that we cannot actually shape the minimum wage as the result of negotiations, and it goes to the doing away of the extension of the sectoral collective agreements. But we heard the minister say that as of 2018, all of these things will be abrogated and we'll get back to the previous regime that is actually in favour of collective bargaining. But I think we should see whether the effects of these new developments are going to be temporary or they will actually have, in fact, a greater fallout period. Now, let us look at the matter of social dialogue. Social dialogue is going through a phase whereby its role has been downgraded on a national European level. And we see after the golden era of the social dialogue that was mentioned yesterday by the president of the European Economic and Social Council, whereby there were agreements for the labour market, we see that social dialogue has gone through a phase where the various agreements have to do with the periphery and not the core of industrial relations. But I think this is reasonable, given that there has been, in fact, a disruption in the relationship between workers and employers. But now, if we want to have the labour market with a social role, we need to reinforce social dialogue. And this is the case both on a national and a European level. One matter is that of participation. We see that a lot of people have already mentioned that the collective organizations of workers represent a smaller percentage of the labor force. And this is true because, on the one hand, we have those who are working under more flexible conditions, and on the other hand, we have precarious work. Even when we have standard working relations, has in fact reduce the rate of unionizing. And that means that we believe that reinforcing the social dialogue means that it will have to be extended in order to incorporate also civil society, because the problems faced by employees and employers are those shared by all citizens. So I believe that by opening up social dialogue would be a very important thing indeed. It would help us make headway and bring about positive results. And in this process, what is also important is the role of ILO and its cooperation with the national ESCs, and this will create a new legal framework which will be the result of an agreement between the workers and the employers, which will ensure a minimum labor security for all the employees. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. If I understood you properly, you emphasized this aspect of re-establishing bargaining power for both for regular employees but also for informal workers, so that they can, let's say, fight for their own improvements of their situation. But if, sorry to insist, but what would be your recommendation to also help enterprises to create a better environment for enterprises? Because that's also part of the question.
Our view is that an ambience of labor security and safety, the shaping of such an environment is certainly intertwined with the progress that enterprises make. So when you have flexi-work and you establish rules to that end, this shouldn't be the standard rule. If you want to have enterprises that are really competitive between and amongst themselves, but always in collaboration with the people they work for.
Okay, now, Trevor, what would be the advice of the Council in Georgia? And maybe, if possible, you could also give a concrete example of advice given, or maybe something that is in preparation. Thank you.
Well, thank you. First of all, to answer your question, what should the economic social councils do? I think they should do exactly what we are doing right now, and I want to thank ILO and OK also for leading by example. I think we need to discuss more what needs to be done, because like you so correctly mentioned earlier in the discussions yesterday, we don't know what the future holds for us. So the only way to deal with those challenges that we talk about is to reinforce and keep talking and discussing about these issues. Now, for the Georgian perspective, like I said, we introduced the 18-person tripartite council, the Social Dialogue Council, which deals with the issues, and it's a recent institution, by the way. It has only met 3 times, and reinforcement is a good word, I think. It needs more support and capacity to be able to involve all the social partners in the dialogue for the future. I think I would mention 3 main points they need to do in order to improve this dialogue. I think we need to involve young people in the social dialogue more than we have right now. Like I said, we are talking about the future of the work, so young people are the future of the work, and they have different priorities. So let's involve them in this dialogue. We need to involve more women in this dialogue, because the work power is shaping in a different way. More women prefer staying maybe in different places to work from different environments. And that gives them more opportunities in many countries where they were not given opportunities to leave the houses and so on. So involve women in the dialogue so they can also recommend what is better for their future of the work. We need more tech people in the social dialogue. Now, we are all lawyers here, we're all the trade union people here, the entrepreneurs, but really those are the people who hold the future for us and who know how better it is for them to work. So we need tech people in this. And just lastly, to answer your question, what exactly it is that we should do to improve it. I'm sorry to disappoint, but I will have no answer to that. And I believe strongly that collective bargaining or minimum wage is also not a correct answer to that. We don't know, so we need to keep talking and find out how the economic and social councils can ensure that all the workers are protected as well as the businesses are also protected. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Very clear answer. In my view, also very interesting because you put emphasis not so much on a...
Permettez 2 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Pardon?
2 minutes, si vous avez passé aux questions.
Oui.
J'ai besoin de 2 minutes.
Maintenant?
Maintenant, oui.
Ah, d'accord. Je vais finir tout de suite. So the emphasis is not so much on concrete advice, but involve in the council those groups of people who are important in the future, so that they themselves can formulate the advice. I think quite interesting. Okay, I think we come to the question-answer session, but Mr. Alawi asked again for the floor, but please, we have already cut into your coffee break. Just one remark.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Je voudrais tout simplement être fidèle.
I would like simply to actually be in line with the preparation that we had for this meeting and the various facets that we have in our council. So our president said that we have to work upon the questions and that we actually should have made a presentation, and we organized with the European Economic and Social Council a meeting for or a workshop for social dialogue, and it drew certain conclusions that I should have presented, but I didn't have the time. But I'll give you the headlines, and I will submit this text to the Secretariat of this conference, so that we can all see what are the lines of inquiry that we pursued and what were the proposals that actually came about. We have to innovate in social dialogue with respect to this framework of swift changes. And the first point that we had in this workshop is that we need to give a broader scope to social dialogue and supplement it with political dialogue. Of course, this has been mentioned, and we need to also diversify the rules of social dialogue, and we need to decongest it, to take it from the centre, decentralize it, and we Well, I'd like to submit this document so that you could have the full breadth of information. And I would like to say that the King requested me to convey the following. The King asked us to actually make a report about total wealth of Morocco, which goes above and beyond the GDP. And in order to define this, we had to evaluate the tangible and intangible wealth. And we see that here the assessment is that it is more than 70% of our wealth. This intangible wealth is made up of three components: the institutions and the governance in general. And the second part is the social capital, and the third has to do with the intangible assets. Sorry, says the speaker. It is the social capital, the institutional capital, and the human capital. So human capital is 70% of the overall wealth of Morocco. So that actually shows us the level of development and the wealth of each and every country. And we see that the human factor is, in fact, very important. On the website, you can find this report, which is very useful indeed.
Yeah, thank you very much. for that additional remark. So now, just a few questions because we don't have much time. I would say 3, and the rest should please talk to the panel in the coffee break. So I see on this side 1, 2, another one, and here. Okay, these 3 questions. Could you please first identify yourself, and then secondly also say to whom the question is addressed. So the lady on the right, please, first.
Ok. Numele meu este Daniela Vișoianu. Reprezint Consiliul Economic și Social din România în calitate de membru plen.
My name is Daniela Vișoianu. I'm from Romania, and as a member of the Romanian Council, I would like, on behalf of the social dialogue, I would like to put a question to you. Now, I am from the education organization in Romania, and we have, in fact, a lot of educational activities in place. I have various questions to put, but one is how does the ILO see competitiveness between the public and private sectors? What are the rights and how are they protected, the workers' rights, and how are they protected in the public sector and how in the private sector? Where can we have additional or added values? And we know that added value is an important thing. We have a lot more competitiveness in the private sector compared to the public sector, and I don't think it is equitable or ethical on behalf of the state not to promote the dialogue between the workers and the employers. And the second point that I would like to raise is that we are now in a transitional phase in Romania. According to the Horizon 2020 program, we have set various priorities. How can we create youth that can provide an added value? And this is innovative. It is very important for us because there are differences, and these are, in fact, increasing, the differences between the poor and the rich. And we see that everybody has access to education, but of course, when you're rich, you have access to better education than when you're poor. And we see that new technologies are things that help us a lot, but we know that access to technology in fact, it generates more differences because you do not have easy access to education. What will you do in the future? So I believe that in the future we will have problems with the educated workers because we're, in fact, talking about flexible working forms, labour forms. And can you work in a shipyard? Can you work in construction, some hours here, some hours there? And we see that there are, in fact, a lot of problems in various countries. In the EU, we know that there is, in fact, a brain drain going on, and 15% of youth go from one country to the other. And I don't think that Greece doesn't have better conditions for youth. And we see that in the Balkans, we have a brain drain towards the developed countries, and there's, in fact, a great risk of losing all the bright minds from our country. And we see that this will, in fact, mean that the divide will, in fact, get larger between the developed countries, the wealthier countries, and the poorer countries. How can we have the possibility of a good standard of living, and how will we be able to make a livelihood for our families? Because it's not so clear. We see that the ESCs want to put into operation again the collective bargaining agreements, but I don't know if this will apply to the youth. I don't know if the youth know what are, in fact, the rights and obligations. I don't know if they can actually manage the rights given them in the labour market. And they might change 7 or 8 jobs in the future. What is the responsibility of the state, and what is our responsibility? Thank you very much.
Thank you. There was quite a number of questions, but I want to take the questions all at the same time. The man on the right side, you had a question? Behind the man behind you? You want to raise your question? No? Yeah, I think it was you. Yeah. Please.
Karakulafis.
My name is, or surname, Karakulafis. Flexi-work is here to stay, so flexible forms of employment are here to stay, to my understanding. As a result thereof, it is important to try to focus on working relations through the legal lens. So we need a legal framework and a regulatory framework. We need to put that in place in order to improve the working conditions of the people and make sure that their rights are protected. There's yet another issue that is of global concern. For you see, there is the labor coefficient, and quite often we don't include flexi-work in this coefficient. And so in terms of benchmarking, there's a certain fuzziness. In Germany, there are 30 million working people, out of which 9 or even 10 million work in flexi-work. So flexible forms of employment are used by a third of the workforce. I've spent some time in Germany and I realized that this is quite convenient for people. Flexi-work is convenient to many people because of their family life. So we shouldn't always talk about, or rather connect, globalization with flexi-work. Let's not associate the two. I think there are other social reasons why flexi-work is gaining ground. Thank you.
Last question on the left.
Thank you very much. It's not so much a question, but a remark to Shalva. We can agree on First, I'm Camilo Rubiano. I represent here the Public Services International, which is a global union federation. My remark is we do not oppose flexibilization in terms of hiring, firing, how to perform work, if this flexibilization is accompanied by protection. If we can agree that you can hire and fire anytime, for any reason, you can hire people for a few hours, a few days, and then get rid of them. And this is a trend in labor now. We should also agree, or we could agree, that this worker, this person, this human being has a minimum basic protection. And if he or she has this flexible work that he or she chose to or was forced to take, that person has also a protection, a basic protection. And that protection is also flexible, it's portable, and he or she can move from one to many other jobs without losing that protection. I do think, we are talking about regulation, over-regulation, but it's the same strict regulation sometimes or over-regulation sometimes that many employers use in their favor. I do think collective bargaining is one of the solutions to some of the precarity of these workers. When they have this strength to make demands collectively and ask for a fair compensation, it is a way to balance this flexible labor market. But when then some, for instance, competition authorities in European countries say, oh, you're an independent contractor, you're not a worker, you're a company, and what you do is price fixing. And what they wanted is just a raise of 2 euros in their demands. This is the system, the regulation being used against them. So it's about, at the end, it's about fairness. And we can agree with many of the labor market trends, flexibility, that you can hire in Pakistan or wherever you want, but that worker, wherever it is also protected. Thank you.
Thank you for this interesting remark. Okay, your question, but then we have to make the last round. Thank you.
I'm a lawyer. I I represent the Bar Association of Athens, and I'm a member of OKE. So I have a question to the representative of the ILO. A lot of important things have been said here, and it came from many different countries. Many issues were raised: subcontracting, flexi work, technology, its impact on the working environment. There was mention of precarity, insecurity. Reference was made to new things that are coming, and nobody knows what will follow or what they will impact on. Now, I would like to start off by saying that developments in the labor world, in Greece and the world, are actually now way past legislation. So developments have picked up speed, and so they have overtaken us. So the relevant entities must focus on not just social dialogue, but actually focus on this sense of insecurity and lack of balance. Because everyone agrees that despite the discussions we're having, we are putting in place new legislation, and maybe we need more updated regulation and legislation in order for us to prevent and preempt developments. And there will be tough developments, I guess. It's to be expected because of the speed of developments and changes in the world. So please make sure that you include that. This should be at the top of your agenda as far as this conference is concerned. Thank you.
For your question. So I would now like to ask the members on our panel who would like to respond to one or more of the questions to do so, and since Shava, you were directly addressed, maybe you start.
Okay, I'll be real quick. First of all, thank you for the very good question about the education. I think we missed this point, at least I missed this point. I had it jotted down, but I missed it. I think one of the roles that the social economic councils and similar institutions can play is the education. I think one of the ways to protect the workers is to educate them about the challenges that they are facing. The global competition that's coming up, all the trends that we have mentioned here, all 4 trends, they need to be somehow communicated to the workforce. And right now, thank you for the question. You rightly said it's not been communicated, and I think this tripartite social dialogue can play a role in educating the workers. And just to answer the remark directed towards me, I think I agree. I agree with the protection as long as we keep the flexibility. He rightly mentioned, the gentleman, that most people will now choose the flexi work, and that means keeping the work in your own countries. That means we are already fighting the work migration with just allowing the flexi work. So yes, we need some legal framework to address this new challenges that is related with the flexible work. But let's work on those challenges and how to protect a person which I never saw. How can I invest, actually, what is the value that I need to invest in the protection of such a flexible worker? Thank you.
You want to say something?
Yes.
Well, I'd like also to underscore the great importance that education has in these changes that take place in the labour environment, because we know that new technologies actually create jobs. It's something that we all know, but there are jobs that require new skills, completely new skills for that matter. So if we want these jobs to be covered by the labour force has to upskill and reskill, and that's where the role of the social partners comes into it with respect to the guidelines in terms of reskilling. That's a very important thing. Finally, I would like to underscore once again that it's important that there is, in fact, security for all the employees, be they public or private sector employees. Of course, the public sector employees are in fact privileged because there is a labour law that covers them, and that is to a very great extent. And the private sector employees are more vulnerable to arbitrary behaviour and changes in the business and labour environment. Now, I would like to say that these new conditions definitely impose the shaping of a new legal framework. This should cover all workers, be they workers on a standard form of work, or they're flexi workers by choice or by need. Thank you. Well, I think that the educational system is an important component. It's something that we are responsible for, especially the government. We need to have a high-quality educational system in order to have equal opportunities, and otherwise that will in fact create a greater gap or divide on a level of society. Now, the second point that I'd like to say is that it's important to have employability of the youth, and it's important that we prepare them so that they have robust employability. And I think that they should be able to take on new forms of work, but I think it is the human factor that's important for the future, and we need to have decent work. And I think that this is something that concerns us all, whether we have a non-standard form of work or a standard form of work. I think that the first thing is to have decent work in order to guarantee dignity to our citizens. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me quickly conclude our panel, and since I was also addressed by one of the questions, also respond very quickly to that. As I said, I'm representing the Bureau for Employers Activities, but so I try to give a response for the whole ILO. What does the ILO actually do? Well, we have a whole process of looking into these questions, these centenary dialogues. We've set up a global commission, which will, with experts from outside the ILO, which are supposed to come up with a report that addresses all these critical questions. But then, of course, the ILO has already let's say, means of action it can already now offer in terms of worker protection. We have, of course, the conventions. We have a convention on private employment agencies, on part-time work, of course, also conventions on the more traditional forms of protection, collective bargaining, freedom of association. But also here, I think what was also a bit the outcome of our discussion, the aspect of training, qualification, lifelong learning becomes also more important to workers, important in the ILO, because it addresses both the needs of employers and workers. And just to mention one thing that was put on the, or is proposed to be addressed at the International Labour Conference, that is a new ILO standard on apprenticeship, because that is seen as a model that works very well in many countries to bring workers into work, make them employable, because it tries to qualify them closely along the needs of the market. Otherwise, the ILO also has a program that is called Enabling Environment for Sustainable Enterprise. So the role of enterprise as job providers has become more important. And I think also to just recall something that we heard yesterday, the example of the Netherlands should be kept in mind. It was said the Netherlands, they have almost reached full employment, and the enterprises are looking for qualified staff. So they have an interest also to make sure that workers are qualified, and at the same time it also helps the workers get the protection they need, because in such a situation, I mean, the market works for them. Right? So that is a brief ILO answer. Just to, I don't want to summarize the discussion we had here, but I think what I take from it is while there are quite diverse approaches, we need new approaches to address new issues that are on the future of the work. The old approaches are maybe still not useless, but they are still not sufficient. And training, qualification, that is one of the key issues where Economic and Social Councils, and they clearly have a role to give advice, should focus on. So, having said that, I would like to thank very much our panel members for their very useful contributions. I would like to thank the audience for their questions, and then it remains just for me to say we have a 10-minute coffee break. So after 10 minutes, please be back in the room. Thank you.
Welcome to the second session of today. My name is Mustafa Hamarne, and I am the president of the Economic and Social Council in Jordan. I can't. Before we proceed this morning, I must inform you that I have to leave this room by 1 p.m. to be able to catch a flight back home. We have an excellent group of people with us today on this panel, and as Ms. Franca said, it's very, very gender balanced, this panel, so we're all lucky because of this. We can't go any further because that might be construed as sexual harassment in America, as you know. So we stop here to be safe. The first speaker is going to be Ms. Sylvia Brunet, President of the Labor and Employment Section, Economic, Social and Environmental Council of France. Sylvia has been President of the Labor and Employment Section of the Council since 2015. She is also professor at the Kedge Business School. Following a career in human resources, she is currently leading the consultation on vocational training for the French government, which is extremely important and timely, not only in France, but in many parts of the world, specifically in third world countries today. The second speaker is Ms. Franca Salis Madinier, member of Group 2, European Economic and Social Committee. Franca has been a member of the European the same since 2015. Her areas of work include the European Social Pillar, the collaborative economy, artificial intelligence, and corporate social responsibility. She also sits on the World Committee of Orange, which is a multinational telecommunication corporation. The third speaker is Mr. Sichi Ali Abbas, President of the National Committee of Social Dialogue of Chad. Sichi has been President of the National Social Dialogue Committee in Chad since 2013. He has participated in the International Labour Conference for over 25 years and has gained experience and knowledge on labour issues. Throughout his professional life, he has specialized in the development and marketing of industrial products and has been committed to the industrial development of his country. He needs to explain to us whether this is good or bad. We'll see in the discussion. And finally, Ms. Valentina Ovando, Legal Advisor, Costa Rican Federation of Chambers and Association of Private Enterprise, Superior Labor Council of Costa Rica. Valentina is the Legal Advisor of the Costa Rican Federation of Chambers of Associations of Private Enterprises and the Vice President of the Superior Labor Council. So before we begin, and we need to first of all say that the interventions need to be short, please, because we are running out of time, and then any participation from the floor be focused and limited to a couple of minutes. We've had excellent discussions over the past day and a half, and I think some serious issues need to be put on the table before we proceed here today in our deliberations on this panel. Many different views have been heard over the past day and a half in relation to the objectives and mandates, although they were not maybe discussed publicly and explicitly, but implicitly there are definitely differences. And we do believe, at least in the Economic and Social Council in Jordan, and we've started actually to be much more inclusive, and we've broadened the mandate of the tasks and the objectives of the Council, and we also had to broaden the definitions of the economic and the social to allow us to broaden our mandate and to be much more exclusive, because we feel that to focus exclusively, almost exclusively on labor issue takes away from a potential role in promoting dialogue on essential issues, and not only promoting the dialogue and discussion and debate, but improving the quality of that dialogue. Issues like ethnicity are very important south of the Mediterranean, as well as today you have to deal with issues of immigration and others north of the Mediterranean. Issues of identity are of crucial importance to our societies, where I think national debates and discussions and dialogue need to take place, as well as issues related to decentralization, secessions, federalism, etc. So the issue of globalization is not new to our societies. Globalization began with Christopher Columbus. I think the terminology is different. Like when you talk about development and you review the UN literature, you see every decade a new lingo is out, new concept is out, but it's all rooted in the old structure and language of classical development. So all these issues are with us today, especially in the third world. I think the presidency and the Secretary General need to probably take this into account. Maybe we need to broaden our mandate. We need to redefine the concepts once again, so we find ourselves very useful in our societies. Having said this, we quickly move to Sylvia, and we begin with you today.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Merci.
I'd like to bid you a good morning. I'd like to thank you for the invitation and this wonderful conference, which has a key issue for the development of our world and our societies. I'll try to be concise. In CESE, we have in fact seen that these major changes in the labour market cannot happen without the renewed social dialogue. And we see that we are working on the drivers of the advancement of technology, the stagnation of the economy, and the need for reorganizing the production, need for us to actually have new forms of work which could be in fact independent. And we see that we still have 84% of the contracts in France are in fact long-term, and that's the norm. So we have in fact the representatives that have to negotiate strongly and understand what is at stake when we have a society with geographical dissemination. So what is the legitimate way of going about it? So that's the question. So our council is in fact one of the main interlocutors, and we speak with a lot of the stakeholders, and not only the employers and employees. And I am the president of the Labour and Employment section, receives from the government the request to provide proposals. And in May 2016, we actually issued an opinion about the nature of social dialogue. And this was before Law El Khomri about labour. And this actually elicited many protests, marches. And after this first opinion, July of 2017, we issued a report or a proposal with respect to how we can, in fact, prevent the trade union discrimination. And we actually innovated here because these opinions were adopted both by the workers and the employers. That means that we had representatives of employers alongside us. Our Prime Minister, before the consultation that are going to be launched in the day to come, has submitted a request for the new forms of independent work, and what minimum social protection should exist for these new forms of work with respect to Uber and other such platforms. Thus, we are looking at this matter, and I think that we will actually give our opinion on the 29th of November next week. We need to submit to the government this opinion, and we know that there is in fact a new concept, and that is of an independence that is also correlated with an economic dependence. So we have to talk about social protection and with the employees actually in the same sectors being concerned about what is happening, and they're looking for us. The trade unions have to adapt to these new stakes. So the workers' representatives have a very important role to play here. And we see there's a new economic or collaborative model which actually enables digital innovation, and where they have many stakeholders involved in delivering a product or service should in fact bring about new social dialogue. In this transformation, we have to play a serious role in the breadth of CES, and I'd like to end on that note.
Thank you very much for a brief, concise, and enlightening presentation. And now it's your turn, Frank.
Merci, Monsieur Mustafa. Merci.
Thank you, Mustafa. I'd like to thank the ILO, and I would like to thank AICES for having invited us. And I'd like to thank Mr. Darcis, who welcomed us yesterday as the President of the European Economic and Social Committee. And I represent the European Economic and Social Committee. Of course, I cannot forget that I have other hats also, and I would like to talk about the social dialogue and the important impacts of the change of the labour market. So we see that for the last 3 years or so, the European Economic and Social Committee is looking at what will happen with the future of work, and it has issued opinions thereon, and it's talk about the new forms recently, and there was one recently that was just issued in September of this year, and I was the reporter. And there's also one on AI. There's also opinions issued on more global phenomena such as globalization, migration, and sustainable development. Thus, I think that the European Economic and Social Committee, already by choosing the themes, is in fact tackling them on a topical manner. Now, how things are actually working on in this field. I would like to convey the following in this first part. The ESC and all its parties, and that is the employers, the workers, and the NGOs, are not actually against the digital transformation. And even if they were, it would serve no purpose whatsoever, because this has been in place for quite a while now. So, on the other hand, we say that there is a strong necessity to actually regulate it and to give guidelines with respect to these changes. So if we do not want to actually suffer the effects, the adverse effects of these forms of employment on work, we need to regulate it. And somebody said the future is what we make of it. So I think that we really have to shape it together and to make certain that it is, in fact, the best possible, because there is, in fact, technological progress, but there's also human progress, and we have the distribution of wealth, and we need to actually progress in that field and progress in the field of social protection for workers. Also, we are, as bodies, whether national or international, we have to remain topical, because otherwise we will die. We will, in fact, decline and die. So we have this obligation towards our employers, our citizens, and the challenges of a society to actually be up to the task and to see what are those questions that need to be addressed. I would like to give you certain examples in order to give you the framework, if you like, and to see where we can play a role. Now you know that we have smartphones or all these instruments or appliances that we have in our day-to-day life make us freer. We can actually work from wherever we might be, but they also make us available on a permanent basis. So in France, there was, in fact, negotiation with the government, and it was, in fact, done with all the stakeholders, and there was, in fact, a right to deconnect. So this is something that means that that there is a risk here that a worker or a salaried person who's connected or online all the time, in fact, is at risk of burnout and too much stress. And we see that these are things that are increasing in the world. And we know that it's very expensive when somebody suffers a burnout, and we have to avoid that. So that means we actually have this right. Now it's a right enshrined in France, and tomorrow it might be adapted in other countries. And I would like to say that yesterday I heard about the issues related to our youth, and we see that the youth will no longer remain all their life in one company. And I think that this will truly be the case. So we, in fact, have to find the rights that will follow the workers. And even if they change status and contracts, they will have right to training, to health, and to a pension. And these must be, in fact, attached to people. So this is something that we have in France, but even in the European Parliament, we see that they have indicated that this is the pathway to follow. I have one more minute, if I may. So certain other examples that do not pertain to France, but to Europe. The Swedish trade union has, in fact, negotiated to have platforms that will be labelled because they actually respect the collective bargaining agreements. And it's not because I actually belong to a platform that I don't have any rights. So they have the right to disconnect, and they have the right to know why I am, in fact, fired if something happens with the algorithm. So we see that this is something that is happening for the first time, and we see that it's also a reality on the ground. And in Germany, we have the control on crowd working. So they're called the invisible workers, but the trade unions in Germany, and they've gone beyond their own borders because they've actually work together with trade unions outside of Germany, and they want to make certain that these platforms are in fact fair and they provide fair working conditions. So that's all for now, but I believe that we have these complementarities that we can work upon, and I would like to add more in the second part.
Thank you very much, Franca, very much for doing what you did so precisely and with the time constraint. And now we go to Stati Ali Abbas of Chad. Again, it would be appreciated very much if we can do it in a very concise and short way. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Modérateur. Tout d'abord, je voudrais remercier.
Thank you. First, I'd like to extend my thanks to the organizers of this conference and everyone who's worked for this conference on social dialogue and the future of work. And I'd like also to extend my thanks to OKE for the warm hospitality. Now, as concerns the subject matter that the panel is dealing with, there are two questions that were posed to the members of the panel. The questions were about the labor market and social dialogue, so we have the following remarks to make. Governance is a productive parameter. The governance of work is certainly added on top of capital and work. And so free negotiation is very important in these terms. If we want to regulate employment relationships, certainly we have various tools and mechanisms in place. So we also, as far as the National Committee of Social Dialogue of Chad is concerned, we have the tripartite framework in place as well. there is 142, 122, and 88. This is a convention for the organization of various forms of employment, and there are also relevant pieces of legislation and conventions for subcontracting. And everything that has been promulgated so far is quite telling in the sense that the governments are interested in promoting the right measures. ILO, which brings us all together, has been great at governance of work, because it has facilitated the tripartite scheme to come to a certain tangible conclusion and results. A state, as such, has to concern itself with the governance of work by taking stock of the various attitudes and enforcing the right models and standards. In many of our countries, there is such a thing as a work committee, or rather a committee for the developments that are taking place in the work market or employment. We are certainly involving the employers and employees. There are long discussions that normally have outcomes that lead to compromises. And so we, for instance, have had an increase of the minimum wage and protection of social security rights. Employers today are no longer the 1980s capitalists. Employers today certainly want ROE, but they do understand how important it is to have quality of employment, to have performance and effectiveness as well. The big multinational companies, the MNEs, the CEOs thereof are always in constant deliberation, consultation. They are always negotiating with the employers and employees in order to have good outcomes. There's also such a thing as a social deficit. The rights of the workers are not always being respected, and there's also an issue with regard to social security rights. The state is one of the biggest employers. The state has social concerns too. And so given that the state is in touch with the communities, the state is in a better position to understand the claims and demands that the employers and the employees are making. Now, the employees have to be realistic in their claims, just as long as they are duly informed about the financing and economics of an enterprise. So I believe that putting in place good governance rules isn't just up to the state. The various representative bodies of employers and employees must be incorporated in this whole process, and they are part and parcel of the governance of work. Employers and employees should be involved and are involved in my country in drafting relevant pieces of regulations. In my country, in Chad, we allow all three parties play a role. The government has established the National Committee of Social Dialogue, where you will find 9 members from the government, 8 members representing the employers, and another 8 representing the employees. The president of this national committee must be independent in order for him or her to be neutral towards the three parties. All three parties of this committee since 2013 have agreed to having a member of the employers in charge, and this was made by exception. It was an exception, but it's working. There are various recommendations and advices given on the basis of the various working group meetings. We have managed to achieve social peace as a result thereof, and the relevant office for promoting employment has dealt with issues such as self-employment, subsidies to farmers, and support to the unemployed. Lifelong training, continuous training, vocational training, they are all enhancing competitiveness. There's the Fund for the Youth, and it certainly has encouraged entrepreneurship for the young. The objective of everyone is to preserve and protect employment and foster new employment while ensuring decency of work and constancy. The government has put in place a tripartite committee that is taking stock of developments in order to deal with the crisis at hand, and so the committee thus has scope to come up with recommendations, suggestions and proposals aimed at minimizing costs while enforcing and implementing realistic policies. The Social Dialogue Committee is also convening at the premises of the ministry. And Chad, as you can probably understand by what I said so far, and given the tripartite cooperation in Chad, we have social dialogue that is fully aligned with the new trends of the labor market and labor in general. Thank you.
Donc, de ce qui précède, je pense unanimement que nous ne pouvons compter que sur la volonté.
And just like I said, we have tripartite efforts being made with a view to promoting social dialogue. And social dialogue is a tool we are using in order to deal with the various transformations that are taking place today. I do fervently believe in the value of social dialogue. Thank you.
Saichi, and I hope we will expand more on the social dialogue issue during the discussion. Valentina Ovando, now it's your turn.
Muchas gracias por la invitación.
Thank you for the invitation, and let me also greet you on behalf of all three members that have flown in from Costa Rica. The Costa Rican Federation of Chambers and Associations of Private Enterprise represents the former private sector. We are in pursuit of development. So we look forward to growth and development that will be all-inclusive. And we're certainly there to promote respect for the workers' rights. That's why we're involved in all aspects of the social dialogue. In Costa Rica, we are versed in and immersed in social dialogue. We have huge experience. We have various permanent councils, the Superior Council for Labor, the National Council for Wages and Salaries, the Occupational Health Council, and there's certainly a Supreme Council for Vocational Training. Moreover, there is such a thing as a Council for the Rights of the Youth. Plus, there is a labor investigation. All these are functioning on the basis of the tripartite dialogue. Over the past few months and years, we've undertaken a number of activities and initiatives within the framework of social dialogue, and various issues were pertinent to the economy. For instance, within the framework of the Banco Popular, which is a national bank, we tried to reactivate the economy. And we also proceeded with the implementation of Recommendation 204 concerning the transition from the informal to the formal economy. We are hugely experienced in the implementation of this recommendation. The tripartite dialogue also helped us achieve various important agreements with a view to securing social protection. And this also dealt with taxation regimes. All of that will actually be turned into and transcribed in a memorandum of understanding that will be co-signed and endorsed by all the social partners of Costa Rica. In close cooperation with the ILO, we are also working on lifelong training. We have made various steps in Costa Rica for that matter in view of the future. So we are forward-looking, and we've made one such first step, and so we had a roundtable discussion about dual education and other such matters. Moreover, we are really well experienced with regard to social protection reforms, and in particular social protection reforms that concern people with special needs or handicapped people and senior citizens. So we put in place a superior council that is looking into such things to make sure that we strike a balance. We have technical cooperation, specific initiatives in permanent councils. That's our structure. Our initiatives are aimed at employment, labor. A big challenge we are faced with, for that matter, is assessing the future of work. And we are making various efforts while being forward-looking and concerned with the future of work. Most certainly, we have to have a central mechanism in place that will be managing all that. In the absence of a central mechanism, it will be very difficult to orchestrate everything. As far as Costa Rica is concerned, we believe that social dialogue is precious. In order for social dialogue to be effective and efficient, we have to have clear goals and objectives, cross-sectoral goals and objectives that will touch on all facets and aspects of labor. We need to be cognizant of the specificities and the particularities of each and every sector. We are present in every work field in Costa Rica. And from a technical point of view, we have to be also serious in our work to make sure that all our social partners will see us as an equal, reliable partner, which means that we have to keep encouraging bilateral contacts and agreements. We have to make sure there is respect for common agreements in a backdrop of transparency. We are taking part as much as we can in every forum, and we certainly endorse all approaches to social dialogue. Quite often, as far as my country is concerned, in the past, but even now, time and again, we've clashed, or we are clashing, with the governments in office. And time and again, what we talk about fails to become legislation. It goes without saying that we expect statespeople, politicians and governments to respect all the agreements that emanate from social dialogue, because should this not happen, then we are losing our reliability and credibility, which means that it's important to be respectful of what has been agreed upon. And then again, negotiations at any given point in time needs to happen in a framework of transparency, and we certainly have to make sure that the statespersons know which are our concerns and which matters we're working on. So, respect for institutions and common agreements. In the absence thereof, our initiatives with regard to the future of work will not pay off. That's all I've been meaning to say, and thank you very much for your attention.
The very important theme that was mentioned by Valentina, which is related to dialogue and discussion and credibility of those involved in the dialogue, and ultimately transforming those into not only to concrete suggestions for action, but into policies to be implemented. Muchísimas gracias, Valentina. Now we have one full half hour for discussion. We need, please, from the audience, to, first of all, to identify yourself. To identify yourself, and if it's a comment, let us know that it's a comment, and if it's a question, please address the question to the panelist by name. Please. Yep. But if you can help us, if you can raise the plaque in front of you so we can register the names of the people who are going to speak. The gentleman behind the lady.
Oh. Yo. Aló. ¿A quién? Yo. Ok, gracias. Mario Rojas Vilches, de la Confederación
So I'm Mario Rejas Viches from Puerto Rico. So it's more, in fact, in addition to what Valentina said, rather than, in fact, a question. You have to be brief, says the moderator. Now, with respect to the social dialogue, it has been an ongoing process, and we have, in fact, wanted to have, in fact, the Federation of Chambers and Associations of Private Enterprises to proceed more in this. And we have reached certain agreements, and these agreements are put to the Congress, and these are not, in fact, approved by the Congress. Now, moreover, another initiative in combination with the ESC of Spain, the issue of social dialogue in Costa Rica is not a problem that has to do with employers and employees. It's more a matter of politics. That is why we consider that we have to create the conditions for a new procedure of social dialogue in Costa Rica, so that these are not simply a wish list. Thank you.
Merci. Bon, est-ce que je...
Thank you. Do I need to give you my name? But anyway, my name is Natira Shell. I don't know if it was necessary to actually give it, but I did. So I had a concern that I wanted to raise before I actually put a question. We see that when we have such conferences, what is most frequent is that when we unite, when we come together, we speak, and then when we leave, there's no continuity. And so afterwards we try to find other subject matters in order to come together a new conference. So we see that often certain issues that are very important, such as these that are of critical importance that we're looking at today, actually come to an early demise because we don't actually have a way to connect with the regions and the sub-regions in order to foster exchanges amongst the countries. So in order to have further collaboration and mutual assistance by the countries on this front. So yesterday we said that there's no model of social dialogue, but there are experiences of certain countries that could very well assist both parties. Now, in terms of social dialogue, I'd like to say that in Chad, we have various sectors, and there are shortfalls, especially in the rural areas, and we need help in promoting best experiences there. Now, I would like to ask, with respect to what has been heard yesterday, these of us who are at the lower end of the scale, because when we're talking about technology, talking about demographics, talking about all of these points, climate included, we are at the lower end of the scale. So what will the ILO do in order to, in fact, bring us up? And the second question has to do with one of the panel members yesterday and what was heard with respect to the following. We are, in fact, trying to push forward for a better future for the women. And they say that we must be, in fact, taken into account, and we see that we have more and more women entering the labour market, and of course that has a great impact. Is this negative or positive? So, what did the person mean yesterday? Perhaps I should have put this question yesterday, but yesterday we didn't have sufficient time. That's why I'm coming back to this in order to put the matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The gentleman from Belgium.
Merci, Président.
Thank you. Jean-Paul Decroix, National Council of Belgium. I have a question that I could have possibly asked the previous panel, but I'm asking it now. You see, I'm here in Athens to actually realize that in Paris we are talking about the same things, in Brussels and in Athens we're talking about the same things as well, and we are talking about the platform economy too, everywhere. Now, here's my question. Most of the panel members focused on competitiveness. Competitiveness for the various workers in the various countries, and I am amazed that the employers have not voiced their concern about competitiveness and competition between and amongst workers and enterprises, because we're talking about such a thing in Belgium. Employers are talking about level playing field and illegal competition, and they said that we have to negotiate to that end. Now, maybe concerns were voiced at the level of the ILO. Are there such concerns? Are we going to work towards that end in order to have a level playing field between and amongst enterprises? And I'm raising this question because it's pertinent to the new forms of labor. Now, the perception of employer is being disputed because of the new labor forms. I am rather disappointed myself. I'm disenchanted because I'm interested in this aspect, and unfortunately it hasn't been elaborated on. We have to be more specific, and we have to come up with solutions, since we're talking about tripartite dialogue. Thank you.
The gentleman from Mauritania, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a question in as much, but I would like to actually put a few points of inquiry with respect to governance. And we see that the tendency tends to be in the African countries is to actually confine this governance in the traditional systems, such as the democracy and the juridical system and the official fiscal control, the combating of fraud, and the political rights. But we see that the sustainability of these growth strategies should take on board the social and economic governance also. And towards this end, it should include all the actors, both social and economic. Now, in the recommendations in terms of governance, I would like to underscore that the creation of spaces of dialogue for civic society is, in fact, a necessity. And I would like to also underscore that the combination of participatory democracy with representative democracy and the implementation of laws that insist on the existence of a civic society are very important things indeed. And one last comment, if I may. The executive must make social dialogue a preventive instrument or preemptive. So we see that it's very important because we're talking about social dialogue and education and the future of work. And moreover, we see that the education of employers in terms of social dialogue, it's important that we have to be honest in the discussions and talks held between the three parties. It's important that they are honest, and this is true for all three sides, because otherwise we'll be playing hide and seek.
Monsieur le Président,
Now, I don't want to take up too much of the time. I'd like to actually conclude by saying that we see that these things that relate to the economic and governance become more and more urgent. So the economic economic governance of businesses, and to have a new generation of businessmen that actually believe in this dialogue.
Thank you very much. Now we will attempt to answer basically the two broad questions that we got from the lady from Chad, and I don't think you would have anything to say probably, nor Valentina would have anything to say in response to the annex that your colleague has added. So I think our colleagues from the north will address the issue related to competitiveness that the Belgian colleague here mentioned, and the questions on taking us up, as the lady from Chad mentioned, and the issue related to gender and gender equality and the struggle for women's liberation.
Oui, alors je vais répondre à la question de mon collègue belge sur...
Let me answer to the Belgian colleague's question. The reference was made to new forms of labor, forms of employment, illegal competition, and employers. For 3 whole months, we had a discussion about such issues in the labor and employment section of our council. Indeed, there is an issue when it comes to social protection, especially when there is a labor accident. And we really concerned ourselves highly with illegal competition. We have a new president, and the new president of the Republic. There are changes now, as you probably know, because there's competition, unfair competition, mostly at the level of medium-sized enterprises, small enterprises. It's complicated for these entrepreneurs. And I believe that we have to take this up with the OECD, for instance, or such institutions that are mostly focusing on economy. Because it's not just about employment, there's also the economic aspect of things. If the employers are faced with unfair competition, they won't be able to be responsible, or as responsible as they would have liked to be in terms of investing in the social protection aspect of things. And then we're going to be faced with certain turbulence and twists and turns. You see, technological advancements are leading to the platform economy, and the new platforms are connecting communities and clusters of workers. These new platforms are facilitating contacts with the customer. We shouldn't allow such new forms to lead to deregulation or to give birth to more problems. I have a second remark to make. Quite often we tend to forget about the very small enterprises and the nano enterprises, micro and nano. We have made various rules for the sake of big enterprises that indeed keep abreast of developments and can cope. But there are small enterprises, and they are very important to the social fabric of our country. I live in Marseille. In the provinces, there are many small enterprises, or very small enterprises, that find it hard to tackle the developments. We have to remember them. What is called for is an international regulation of the issue of women representation and gender. Growth and development. Education for women is a big issue. Access to education, still there's no equitability there, gender-wise, as concerns access to education, and there are many inequalities there. Moreover, there are salary and wage inequalities. Remuneration is not equal between boys and girls. We've seen so much. There are also IMF reports and studies that indicate that there is inequality there, and it appears in almost every country. Now, more and more women are joining the labor force, and more women are establishing their own small enterprises. So this is another issue.
Thank you very much, but joining the labor force and making money is not a precondition for gender liberation, as we see in most Arab countries. Please.
Non, juste pour continuer sur l'impact de la rentrée des femmes dans les marchés du travail. Donc, il y a.
Just like to talk about the women's entering the labour market. Of course, there are certain consequences that allow us to understand that we need to have a better balance between private life and business life, because even in the countries that try to portray that they have equality between the sexes, the women take on a lot more tasks. So we see that there is a proposal to legislate thereon, so to recognize the fathers, and so that fathers can actually take father's leave, but there is a discussion whether this should be remunerated or not, so that they can actually have also the possibility to take leave for when they have people to take care of, they have dependents that they have to take, and their caregivers. So as Mrs. Brunet said, there is a matter of inequality for women who often enter the labour market with the precarious jobs, and they have part-time contracts that they haven't opted for. And we see that women are doing their personal services with small recognition and bad pay. And there's bad pay, and of course we see that these are not so well included in the collective agreements. And we see that there is also something that we have to look in the future of work, and that is to be able to have access to maths and IT education. We see that there are very few women who opt for this sector, and if women actually don't have these skills, they're excluded from those sectors that focus on them. So those were the points I wanted to raise.
Thank you very much. These are very important points, but I think we need to introduce a third world perspective into this, and specifically being an Arab, which I have to say an Arab perspective into this. All the mentioned points and all these components that, if put together, present one whole process, and that is the liberation of women that took place in the West, is not working in our world at all. It's further enslavement. The women go out to work, they work in sweatshops, they work outside the house, inside the house, the salary is being appropriated by the husband, the brother, the father, or another close relative. And as one African intellectual in the 70s said, that the introduction of the typewriter to Africa further enslaved African women, and there was an uproar in the West accusing him of cultural discrimination. But I think these are issues that we deal with almost on daily basis in our societies, and this reinforces the notion that economic and social councils in the third world need to be more focused. We need to expand the concepts, and we need to be more inclusivist and really address serious issues related to processes of development in our societies. And also, it's easier to have, as Valentina said, discussion tables in more modern democratic places, but dialogue is almost guerrilla warfare in some third world countries, and to discuss the issues with, I'm not saying from a subversive perspective, because being subversive sometimes is just saying the truth, is really in itself a very uphill matter. So in our forum, let's take this quite seriously, and let's probably organize a series of meetings on this issue. How can we be more useful? How can we be more focused, more inclusive, and enlarge and broaden the mandate of the social and economic councils in the third world? We still have 10 minutes for another quick batch of statements or questions. Please identify yourself and...
Sofia Katsina is my name. I'm a member of OKE, and I also represent the Bar Association of Athens. Important things have been said so far. Let me also highlight the fact that we haven't talked about sexual harassment of women in the workplace. This is a topical and timely issue. Quite often, because no such provisions have been made, or maybe because there's fear of the social outcry on the part of the women affected, they are not going to tell people about the fact that they were harassed. Then again, there are instances when, for instance, the female working people are being offended by the employer. We have to talk about this. We have to be clear about the legal confines, because, again, quite often we tend to misinterpret things, and sometimes women are abused by the employers. And quite often, the harassed person might try to take advantage of the situation as well. That's all.
Please identify yourself.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le modérateur.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator of this session. Now, President of the panel, if you will. Yes, you're right. You're the president of this session. You're the chairperson, for that matter. So, Marie Rosette is my name. I represent the government in the Social Dialogue Committee of Burundi. I share the concerns that our colleague from Chad just voiced. And I'm concerned about the continuity and the follow-up to such meetings. In our conference, we had discussions and reference was made to social dialogue, and we talked about it a lot. And there are people who said there's no such thing as a model for social dialogue, one that we can transplant to our countries. But the ILO can help governments follow a certain direction in order for governments to opt for best practices or better practices compared to what we used to have. And we heard about such practices in this conference. Chad has already decentralized social dialogue. And in Burundi, we've also decentralized social dialogue. And this has been really helpful because it helped us achieve a certain sense of social stability. And instead of having clashes and political conflict, we, thanks to social dialogue, managed to have an ambience, an environment, a social environment that was quite satisfactory. Maybe after this meeting in Athens, we could do something. Could maybe the ILO forward the best practices out of everything we heard here in order for us to capitalize such best practices, use them? Since we're talking about flexi work or contracted work, what we can do with these new forms of employment, best practices about these new forms of work, because at the level of developing countries, not even compensation is being paid to women who have become mothers. And they take maternity leave, but they are not paid. Shouldn't we be acquainted with better and best practices? Can't we borrow such best practices from other countries and our peers? Shouldn't the ILO provide us with certain orientation? Because there are governments that are hesitant to take measures with a view to improving social dialogue. Maybe such best practices will convince them to opt for relevant measures. Could we do that? Could we do that in order for social dialogue to be integrated in the policy making of various governments? Thank you.
We will only take 2 very short questions because we're out of time, and I need to give the panelists at least each 2 minutes to address the issues. The gentleman here, and then you. But please try and make it a 1-minute intervention.
Au fait, je voudrais simplement apporter
No, I'm from Algeria. I would like to actually say something, and this is something that follows up what my African sister said, because in Algeria we have in fact shared experience in this matter, and that's why I'd like to say that we have a lot of experience in social dialogue, and the tripartite and we actually experienced a lot of crises in Algeria, and that's how we launched this dialogue in order to actually be able to de-escalate the crisis so that employees, employers and government can find a way out of these situations. So last year, Algeria had entered into an agreement for economic and social development and growth, and this had been submitted to the ILO. And there was, in fact, a major international conference that was organized in Algiers, and we had a representation of a lot of the African countries, mainly the French-speaking. So here we see that the importance of the meaning of sharing practice is very important. I'd also like to thank the panelists, because they have made very important interventions, and I'm from Burkina Faso. I'm the president of the Economic and Social Council of Burkina Faso. I would like to make a clarification, if I may. And this, I'd like to ask for a clarification, if I may. So I am addressing this question to the lady from the EU, and she said that we need to negotiate the rights that are linked to the individual. So could you please tell us a bit about this, because for us there is a main problem therein, and we have a lot of people who are seeking jobs. There's a lot of job seekers, and there are no jobs to be had. So there is a mismatch between supply and demand. So the advice that you give to young people is for them to actually be underemployed and to be self-employed. But here we haven't talked a lot about self-employment. Could you actually say how you perceive self-employment? Do you have any advice that we could actually give to young people? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to give the panelists a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes, if you have anything to say, to comment or to respond. And we begin with Sechi.
Très rapidement, je pense que je vais...
I'll be very brief. I think I can respond to a couple of questions. The Belgian colleague was absolutely right. When it comes to our recommendations and suggestions, we have to also be insistent, include our persistence towards the government, in order for governments to understand there's such a thing as illegal competition. This is a major issue for Africa as well. Now, responding to our colleague from Burkina Faso, there was reference to self-employment. We talked about self-employment. You see, employers' unions and the government have to make sure there's a budget in order to train young people, and especially the well-educated ones, to decide to become self-employed in order for them to make an income and eventually have to hire staff. It takes time. It's not easy, but we have to encourage the young people to become self-employed, and such changes can help us upgrade skills.
Sí, muchas gracias. A manera de conclusión, en el caso de nosotros.
Thank you very much. In our case, Costa Rica is a country that is currently in a process of making recommendations and suggestions through social dialogue. Just like Mario said before, we have to be more global and fully fledged, more universal when it comes to the vision we have about the future of work. And just like I said before, we have to ensure the commitment of all partners, not just the social partners or those that are involved in the tripartite dialogue. We have to make sure that everyone agrees. And of course, we have to undertake the relevant initiatives.
Merci pour vos questions. Alors, je commencerai par la question.
Thank you very much. I will address the question that touched on the ILO. The ILO giving us orientations or indicating which way countries should go. Just like the Belgian colleague said yesterday, we shouldn't have silos. Most certainly the ILO can do many things, but then again, there are also European multinational companies, there are European councils. Now, the European operating multinational companies are obligated to submit environmental impact assessments and such assessments. So we see when it comes to the supply chain, we have to make sure that each and every company that's active internationally complies with the respective legislation, because there is legislation, national or European legislation, that concerns maternity leave, the various types of compensation, protection of overtime, and so on and so forth. There's such a thing as a national level, there's also the European level and the global level of any agreement. We can have such a thing as an international agreement on social responsibility, especially with regard to Africa. Orange, the country I work for, Orange, has made such agreements and complies with them, so we have to keep abreast of such developments. Another thing, the question from Burkina Faso, you were very specific about leaves of absence. Now, maternity leave, when you have a right that is associated with individual, it has something to do not with ethnicity or nationality. So it's not about you being Jordanian or you, Miss Brunet, working here or there. There are certain rights that we carry with us, no matter where we were, whenever we work, in order for us to have a right to, say, an unemployment benefit. So we have to enjoy certain rights and social protection. Maybe I've signed a contract of indefinite time. Maybe I've signed no contract whatsoever. Still, there is such a thing as individual rights regardless of the category of work or employment form. Let me, for my part, compliment just what you said, which was very important. All of that is important to remember. There are rights accompanying people. You see, I concern myself with the whole reform aimed at proper education, training, and apprenticeship. We have to train people. We have to make sure that fundamental skills are acquired. There will be 500 million invested in fundamental training. We are doing that because we want to make sure that we help mostly those who are vulnerable. Moreover, there are illiteracy issues in France. There are many who are even unable to deal with their activities. They can't deal with their enterprises in the absence of education and training. So education and training is very important. And lastly, let's not forget the issue of harassment. There are campaigns, as we speak, campaigns on sexual and other types of harassment. There are international federations and the European Federation of the Unions that aim at protecting women from violence. So we have to make sure there's awareness. And again, indeed, there are many women who will not denounce such cases of harassment, but I think that we are progressing. And then mismatching, which you mentioned, the mismatching between supply and demand, or supply, demand, and skills. It's still an issue of training, I guess. Self-employment, I love it, but not everyone can become self-employed, not overnight. It calls for a certain mentality, culture. You need tools and mechanisms. Maybe these are great students who excelled in their studies and then they became good entrepreneurs. They were successful, they are successful, but they still be missing things maybe. So we have to, as a result thereof, make sure that we put measures in place. Self-employment is not a solution for everyone, but still, let's make sure that there are tools on offer.
Thank you very much. On sexual harassment, actually, you know, the great Western liberal civilization that is in part responsible for our misery is also responsible for the greatness and great strides and advances that have been taking place in the realm of women. And if you follow what's happening in America over the past 2 weeks, it's just simply incredible. And I think 2018 will be definitely this time the year of the woman, hopefully all over the world. I would like to thank my colleagues on this panel for very focused and very focused and highly informative presentations, and of course our colleagues from the floor who through their interventions, whether made comments or questions, have enriched our panel. We are 8 minutes behind schedule, so we wish you all good lunch and bon appetit. There is going to be a family photo just outside now.
Good afternoon. Could you please take seat? I know it's quite difficult to start always in the afternoon because everybody, in particular after the lunch, usually there are some issues. But I will not use the Spanish institution, as you can understand because of my accent. I am from Spain. Then we have la siesta, the nap. That is something that we do always after lunch, but I hope you will be able to resist to have the nap, and we will be here trying to have an open debate because we need really now to start to finalize the excellent work that we have been holding during these 2 days. I would like, first of all, introduce myself. You have in the program, I am Mariluz Vega. As I told you, I am Spanish. I have been working in Greece for a lot of time doing several issues. In particular, I start with the first ILO program on the technical cooperation. I was in charge of working with CEPE on the labor inspection, and I have been really involved with youth. And for me, it's a real pleasure to be in Athens and be again with my friends, with the people that has been working with me for many years. And I am now the coordinator of the Future of Work Initiative. As you know, the Future of Work Initiative is the program that our Director General has launched with the idea not only of celebrating our centenary, but also to really make new proposals for the next hundreds of years. At least this is aspiration. I don't know if we will manage to have this possibility. I would like first to introduce the panel. I am not sure that every one of the people that is in my agenda, because we're not placed here for all the panel. It's a very extensive panel. Let me introduce everyone, and later I will make a small introduction and give the floor for a particular time. As there are many people, it's a very crowded panel. Very interesting, but very crowded panel. We will be checking the time. I will be very strict on the time. This is the good thing when you have the power to be the chair. Then our first speaker is very well known. Is the President Ioannis Panagopoulos. Is the President of Greek General Confederation of Labor. And he's also, in this case, representing the International Trade Union Confederation. After Mr. Ioannis Panagopoulos, we have Alessandra Asenza on my left. Alessandra is Senior Advisor for Europe International Organization of Employers. The International Organization of Employers is the most representative international organization in the side of employer at the ILO. Is the one that is really supporting our activities as tripartite institution, and has been, the IOE has been extremely involved in the studies and in the work of future work. And I can advise you, I don't have exactly the web page, but she can show you, to have a look at it's available in the IOE page, a study on the future of work. I don't know if I have seen in English, I don't know if it's in other languages, but in any case, it's quite encouraging and it's a good reading, at least for thinking. We have also, on my right side, Camilo Rubiano, that is from Public Service International, is administration officer. He's an expert on legal issues, and he's a friend, like Alessandra in this case. We are working all the time together, then it's very easy. And you can see that the tripartism also worked very well. We became all friends. I start now with the employers' Greek side, and I am not very sure that everyone is here. I am sure about Harry. Harry Kyriasis is the advisor to the board of Hellenic Federation of Enterprises. We have been working together for a long time. You are, this I cannot see, is Konstantinos Koliasa, that is President Economic Chamber of Greece, and I am not sure if the other persons that were included in the panel are here already. Yes. Yes, sorry, excuse me, nobody told me. You have Georgios Stasinos, is the one that is not here, okay. Sorry, Nikolaos Manesiotis, that is the member of Hellenic Confederation of Commerce and Entrepreneurship and President of the Piraeus Trade Association. And Mr. Georgios Asmatoglu, this is the Vice President of the Hellenic Confederation of Professional Craftsmen and Merchants. Then after having introduced everyone, let me start only making some brief consideration. We are really in the last, I will say, technical panel, but not the least important. Why? Because if we need to think about the future of work in the context of social dialogue, the role of the social partners will be key. The role of the social partners in how to use tripartism and the role of social partners or how to use institutions. I think it's the moment to think, when we are very close to our centenary, that the tripartism was a creation, an ILO creation. In fact, when ILO was created in 1990, International Employee Association didn't exist. They exist International Union Confederation, they exist an important union movement, but employers were not acting in a very organized way. It was exactly the ILO that called for the need to have also a real and, I would say, institutional or organic presence of the employers in this world of work, and the tripartite was created at the time of we talk about the ILO. Then the origin even of tripartite structures, and in some way this kind of talking about social dialogue is quite related to the history of the ILO. I'm not sure I can say like this, but I think in some way tripartite is not only the essence of the ILO, but also the ILO is the essence of the tripartism. Going to this side, we are now in a moment that is crucial for all of us. We are facing, and we have been seeing all this in the last day and a half, an enormous amount of challenge that affect every single country. Not only the ones that are much more, we can say, technified. The world of work is not only a question of robots or digitalization. Also the ones that are living in a survival economy are suffering what is happening or what will happen in the next year. I would like only to raise a question, for example, related to the climate change. There are many islands that in 50 years will disappear, and these islands are states. What will happen with the future of these states? What will happen with the future of these nations? What will happen with the future of these workers and employers? Only to give you an extreme case of the things that we will be facing. More than this, I think we are aware of the changes. We feel very insecure about the changes. We feel even, I will say, nervous about how to deal with the changes. But I think we need to start to be positive. It's not the first time that the humanity has faced changes, difficulties, and humanity has been able to deal with. Which is the difference this time? I think the difference is the speed. The speed of the change is a little bit, I would say, too speed this time. Is what, in this case, the Pope Francisco has called rapidization. He called rapidization because he says it's impossible to catch up in the encyclic Laudatio Si. Then, facing this, which will be the role of the social partners, and moreover, which will be the social partner role in enforcing, reinforcing, and using the institutions, and in particular the Economic and Social Council. Which is the real sense of these institutions, consultative institutions, some of them, as you have seen these days, quite well placed and with a lot of influence in all the countries. Which will be the role? Which are your views? And I think having the international perspectives that Camilo and Alessandra will bring us, and also the Greek perspective. Greece, everybody knows, not only because there are many Greeks in the room, has suffered a lot of economical pressures, enormous difficulties in the last year, and it's been overcoming the difference and the problems in a creative way, and has used the social dialogue as a way of dealing with these difficulties. Then I think now is time to listen to this, to both experience, the national and international, and to try to know what will be the role of the social partners and the social partners through the Economic and Social Council for the future of work. Then I would like to start in this case with the Greek Union, if I am allowed. Then President Panagopoulos, you have the floor, please.
Well, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I'd like to welcome you to Greece, as we'd also like to welcome the fact that we are in fact hosting this event here in Greece with the help of OKE, the Greek Economic and Social Council, that we have in fact this conference of the ILO and of ICESIS. And that is this international conference on the future of work. Of course, that's in accordance with the prism and lens of the social dialogue. And I think that we can all say that the input of Greece is very important for this conference because it's a member state of the EU, where social dialogue and labour law and individual and collective have in fact been, due to the crisis, have been fields of policy that have had many pitfalls. Because as you know, we have become, or we have actually received international loans, and there have been very adverse conditions attached. And there was, in fact, supervision where they imposed upon us the policies in Greece. It was necessary for me to make this clarification because many of you, if you would have heard the representatives of the government, as I heard, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Deputy, or the alternate Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Minister of Labour, well, you might have drawn a rather rosy picture about Greece. And in fact, that is the rosy picture that the government wants to present. And it has been honoured through the Prime Minister for the courage, the political courage that it has in fact demonstrated, the courage to say something else and do something else in Greece, and pay lip service to certain points to the international community. So we see the international social partners have to look at what measures should be done in order to enable the social dialogue institutions. Should know that in Greece, before I make certain international references, before 2015 in Greece, employees and employers, that means the two main pillars of social dialogue, governments had a very adverse role to play, but workers and employers have managed with quite a few difficulties. We've managed to agree upon a framework and a policy text which contains important assumptions and specific proposals with respect to what we should do as a minimum in order to restore trust to tripartite social dialogue. This text on tripartite social dialogue and other three policy texts for VET, vocational education and training, and the sectoral collective agreements and diversity in the labour market, together with a common declaration, were presented in October 2015 in an event with the presence of my good friend and exceptional head of the ILO, Mr. Guy Ryder, its Director General. So I'd like to focus on one point. Countries such as Greece, all those countries that are going to be put to the test, but I would not wish it upon anybody. So anybody who might be put to the test from a debt crisis, and we see that you might feel the stranglehold from international borrowing, you'll see that there is no space for social dialogue, and we can have no space for talking about the future of work. And of course, we need to be courageous, not the courageous that is in fact receiving awards behind closed doors, but if we do not in fact show the way by broadly engaging in social dialogue in order to look at how we can best shape those factors on a social, economic and cultural level in order to find those solutions that will help us along the way. And I would like to tell you that in Greece, so far, we do not have this courage, and we see that social partners are being persecuted. And we see populism, whether it is left-wing or right-wing, they believe that they know everything, and the bodies that represent the civic society are, in fact, not relevant to them because they believe that they have the moral advantage of talking on behalf of the entire population. I don't have a lot of time. I promised that I'd be brief, although I was actually given more time because I represent a big organization representing workers in Greece. But as time is of the essence, I'll talk about how the social dialogue and its institutions have been eroded in Greece, especially as of 2010 onwards. We have the following data. We see that what's been lost are, in fact, very important tools for social representation and intervention. And in a summary, by law, by virtue of a law, we lost one of our vested rights, and it was considered by an experts committee as a best European practice. So we were no longer able to enter into collective bargaining agreements between workers and employers with respect to the minimum wage. And in fact, all the intermediate levels of collective bargaining agreement were done away with, such as the sectoral collective agreement, and especially due to the pressure that was in fact exerted for them not to in fact cover all the workers. And they instituted something that was unprecedented for the workers not to be represented by trade unions, but rather by certain informal schemes that are called unions of persons, and that is done ad hoc. And this is something that's completely unprecedented for EU and international law. The mediation and arbitration agency that resolves such cases, and it's an international and European practice in developed countries. Well, this has lost its proper power, and even though we went to the Supreme Court and we were able to restore certain of its powers, we see that in view of an evaluation or review from the institutions, it's again being targeted, and we see that this agency might be invalidated because we see that its powers are being curtailed. Now, with respect to trade unions, we see that when they take away their main tools in practice, especially when they can no longer negotiate the remuneration of work, there are, in fact, additional problems that arise, especially when we try to, in fact, have the state control them fully. And it has already attempted to do so by trying to create, in violation of constitutional provisions and rules of law, it is trying to create rather an electronic register of trade unions that it tries to control. Now, for all of those things that I've mentioned, there are in fact decisions and rulings of international agency, the ILO and the Council of Europe, where we actually appealed to as the ILO, and we see the ILO, the Council of Europe, and the Social Rights Commission have ruled, and these rulings are not being applied, nor was the recommendation of ministers, which was in fact the result of the Council of Europe making a referral to the European Council. But we see that not only are they not respected, but they are they're ridden over shoddily. So there are certain interventions made in this field also. We see that the president of the European Economic and Social Council almost fell victim to this because there was, in fact, a governmental intervention, and they actually changed the representation in the European Social and Economic Council in order to appoint somebody who was, in fact, affiliated to them. And there were, in fact, problems and insults towards me by top-notch government actors, and they were, in fact, condemned by court. But we see that that was not the end of it. Let us say that we're not the beloved of this government, but we went to the institutions. And ESC that represents salaried work in our country from the permanent representation in the Social Security Agency. We can only participate on a case-by-case basis. And thus, those who pay the contributions for the social security system are, in fact, dismissed from the agencies that handled the contributions pertaining to social security. And we have been excluded from fields. And not only ESC, not only that is our Confederation of Labour, but we have also seen that this is the case for the employers' organisations, even though we have proved our expertise in handling matters that have to do with access to work. And we have been excluded from the National Committee for Vocational Education and Training and the National Council for Climate Change. We consider, and this is how things should be in the societies where order reigns, we believe that social dialogue is a key of the community acquis. Despite difficulties, we are trying to make sure that there is a possibility for substantive social dialogue, despite the difficulties. Now, let's see how Greece, rife with crisis, is handling this matter. Now, one of the most important tripartite agencies is the Council for the Social Control of the Labour Inspectorate. Do you know how long it had to convene? It hadn't convened for 3 years. And we were invited in order to lighten the mood. We were invited a few days ago to a meeting. And what was the subject matter, would you think? Not to look at violations in the labour market, which is reigning, but to approve the balance sheets of the 3 previous years for the body, which did not function. And let us not forget, because this goes hand in hand with issues of violations and infringements, that even conclusions that have been issued with a contribution of ILO, which had played a key role, and I would like to thank it for what it has done for Greece, such as the one for the proposals of the international experts on the labour matters. Well, let me say that the government did not even notify this or copy it to the representative of the workers and employers. And only through the intervention of the ILO did they actually give us these findings so that we know what the experts' view is. The view on our points of view on labour issues. And that's why I'm saying that in this kingdom where we have undeclared and falsely declared labour is reigning in Greece, it is only through the assistance of the ILO that we could actually do something. And they played a key role, as I said before. And if the tripartite cooperation for combating undeclared labour I think that this was what made the difference. And that's reflected in the presence of the ILO. And that is why I have requested that the ILO not to withdraw, but rather to continue with its technical assistance in order to help us bring this work to completion. I see also my dear friend, the president of the Greek OKE, Mr. Vernikos. There's no worse behavior towards the constitutionally established institution in our country of social dialogue. The opinion of OKE, due to the various techniques used in the parliament in order to enact laws, is not taken into account. It's not even requested, even though the Constitution imposes that before the enactment of any law, we have to have the opinion of OKE. And even though it should be it should be participating in the governance of the various utilities, we see that OKE is completely absent. I did not keep up to my end of the bargain, and I was a bit long-winded. But I hope that in the next cycle, I'll be able to refer to digitalization, where ITUC and ETUC, that means the Confederation of the European Trade Unions, are actually working very well with respect to the future work, and digitalization should be the main subject matter that we will have to look at. But I'd like to state that we cannot tackle these challenges if this inequality prevails. We see that it's increasing as a result of these policies, and not only the policies that have to do with the debt crisis of Greece. Thank you.
Many thanks, President Panagopoulos. I really thank that you respect the time. I was a little bit dictatorial. It's not my style, but we are in a hurry. I would like to change maybe the order of the suggestion of the speakers, because I think it's much better that we listen first to all our Greek speaker here, to have a coherent, and to let the international perspective at the end. Doesn't mean that it's better or no, it's because I think it's more coherent, if you don't mind. And I would like now to open the round of employers. And in fact, if I am trying to keep the time, it's because, I say, employers, they were only represented by one person, but the important one, the president. And for the employers, we have 4 persons that are representing different confederations. Then they need to split a little bit the time, because we are not in other situation. Then after hearing Mr. Panagopoulos and again confirm that social dialogue is essential for any dialogue on any possibility that we will need to build for the future of work. Now I think it's time for Harry Kyriasis to talk about the future of work. 5 minutes is possible, Harry?
Thank you. Ευχαριστώ. The International Labour Office, το Διεθνές Γραφείο Εργασίας έχει προσδιορίσει 4 μέγα τάσεις που οδηγούν την αλλαγή. Τις τεχνολογικές προόδους, τις δημογραφικές αλλαγές, την κλιματική αλλαγή και την επιτάχυνση της παγκοσμιοποίησης που μεταμορφώνουν ριζικά τον κόσμο της εργασίας.
They are all radically changing the world of labor. Let me make a few comments today as to where we stand with regard to the 4 mega trends, and then I'll try to draw certain conclusions with regard to the ways in which the very institution of economic and social councils can be instrumental in tackling such challenges. In Greece, the financial and economic crisis, as most of you know, began in 2009, the same as in many other countries. This crisis indeed revealed there was a long list of things that were wrong in our markets. And all those disturbances and turbulence had changed our competitiveness, had also eroded our productive basis for over 2 decades as far as Greece is concerned. Now, back at that time, the easy funds coming from the state sort of helped hide the problems under the carpet. And when the crisis pushed our European partners to come to the rescue and a program of reforms was imposed on us, there was reactions and objections, and we are still depending on financial support from abroad after 7 years. Now, during these years, it's been proven that social dialogue was not mature enough in order for it to help social partners to come to a certain common understanding as to the reasons and causes behind our trials and tribulations. So we didn't even manage to get solutions or agree on solutions. And Mr. Panagopoulos was to the point, actually, out of the 4 mega trends that the ILO has uncovered, the climate change is the least discussed in the public arena as far as public policies and initiatives are concerned. Now, the organization I represent, the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises, was one of the pioneers in this field. We've always asked for and pressured for policies to be made in order for the environment to be protected. But still, we are lagging behind in terms of prioritizing the climate change. It's the last in the list, and still, it's high time that we followed the European initiatives. Now, contrary to what I just said, the other mega trend that is pertinent to demography, that should be a high priority. It was one of the major issues that emerged from under the carpet during the crisis, especially because the demographic issue is heavily impacting on the social security system that had to adjust in a very violent manner in a very short period of time, that is in 2 or 3 years. And in the meantime, the incomes of today's pensioners and also future pensioners has been slashed dramatically. And this happened at the same point in time when we were faced with a refugee and migrant crisis. So we have at this point to acknowledge that OKE has studied in depth all the demographic challenges that Greece is faced with, and it's been the only one that's done so, but still it seems that all the policy makers and decision makers have ignored that. The other mega trend, that is technology and technological progress, is closely associated with skills that are acquired through training, education. Certainly it's supported through encouraging innovation. Paradoxically enough, education, training, and innovation have been not really associated with the market. And as a result thereof, we haven't managed to have the productive basis of our economy restructured so as for the Greek economy to be globally competitive. Now, last but not least, there is yet another mega trend, that is globalization and its speed. And it's been quite demonized, it's true. Of course, just as long as we are always an open society and an open economy acting on democratic values and premises, maybe we hate globalization, but we can't stop it, nor can we halt the impact of globalization through regulations. Whether we like it or not, we are obligated to understand the rules of the game and choose strategies that will increase our shares in the production of goods and services. In the meantime, we have to somehow secure and promote the welfare of our working population. Now, the background report by ILO suggests that a social dialogue that involves governments and the representative organizations of employers and workers alike must play a very important role, a key role for that matter, in the wider framework of the governance of work, in order to ensure that the countries will be in a position to plan for balanced policies to fight change, or rather to compensate for change, in order to ensure sustainable economic growth and social justice. Mr. Panagopoulos indeed gave us a list of reasons why the social dialogue is not exactly the avant-garde, the first line, as far as Greece is concerned. Still, I believe that the future of work is something that can afford us more opportunities in order for us to revive and regenerate social dialogue. And I think it was yesterday that Youssef Jalab from the ILO said that the representative organizations of the social partners have to try to raise the awareness and sensitize the public as concerns such issues. So we have to empower them in those efforts. By way of conclusion, just give me half a minute. We believe that we need to insist and persist as far as social dialogue is concerned, because this is the only reliable way to get viable solutions to the aforementioned problems. So let me seize this opportunity to address you once again on behalf of my federation. Let us extend an invitation to all the unions and all other employers and employers unions. Let's get started and let's have an organized and well-structured consultation along the lines that the ILO has suggested. Let's share the material, the important material that's already been published as far as this issue is concerned. Let's determine and be clear about the challenges that are pertinent to our country, and let's also agree on common ground to be found in order for us to tackle such challenges. Let me be more specific. I'm asking everyone to think about having such a discussion in the framework of OKE, in particular with regard to the technocratic part of the analysis and acknowledging the issues. The whole discussion on the future of work, after all, by nature, is of interest to other social groups that have already been included in OKE. So I guess this will enrich the discussion, and it will increase its prestige as well. Lastly, some of the remarks and statements that Mr. Panagopoulos made with regard to work, maybe we beg to differ with some of these statements, but this is not the right panel to settle our differences. Hopefully, nonetheless, everyone will accept the invitation we are extending to have a fully fledged and broad talk about the future of work. So hopefully, thus, this particular conference will help the future of work and the whole consultation for Greece, and that will also present OKE with a unique opportunity to talk about something which is of great importance. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Harry. I am very sorry to be very strict with the time and push you. I feel embarrassed. It's not my style, but sometimes I need to do it. Then I will beg you, all of you, please, to be as shorter as you can. I will, again, harass you. But thank you very much. I think you raised several questions that are very important for us, and taking only the climate change issue, I think everybody is aware of the difficulties that close to here in Attica, say in the province, last week because of the rains and the flood, has experienced Greece. This will have an enormous impact in work in some of the regions, and you see it's not the future of war, it's the present already. Then this is quite important, and I think this is things that we need to deal with, and social dialogue could be maybe the best solution to really face this crisis situation. Then let me go now to the second speaker on the employer side, and is Konstantinos Kolias. Then please, you have the floor.
Okay, I can do it from here or
as you prefer. It's up to you.
I'd like to bid you a good afternoon also. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the organisers of the conference warmly, both for the honour that they have bestowed on me to speak and to contribute towards this very important dialogue, as well as the subject matter that they're putting on the table of the conference. And we see that when we see how many rapid developments occur in Greece is rather left aside, because we all know that this is one of the most important issues that pertain to us all, and that is done in many ways indeed. So when we're referring to the future of the labour market and the social dialogue, we have to, in fact, keep in mind the following. First and foremost, the fact that the future of work is something that must actually go through the processes of social dialogue for many reasons, because the issues that are in fact put on the table are better understood in this manner. So they should be actually push towards that direction. The social bodies are the ones that should explain and should give the average worker what is happening in the labour market, in the economy, inside of the country and abroad, and the critical points of view or matters that actually influence what is happening there, which is demography, social security issues, and the public debt. And we see that when changes happen, which can be very painful for the average worker, there are others that are considered to be adverse, even though they don't have to be. Well, that would be something that would be better understood if we went through the social dialogue. I'm not saying that they would be accepted. I'm saying that they'd be better understood, because understanding is the first step. So I think that we have to look each other in the eyes, and we have to say that the social bodies, the social partners that are in fact negotiating for the labour issues, and the rest of the bodies have not given the citizens the possibility to understand what's happening. Those of us who have tried and who are trying, and we're quite a few in number, we've done it in a fragmented, piecemeal fashion without actually being coordinated. And we see that if we were better coordinated, we'd achieve the goal that I just described. And now, as a result of this, the average worker is, in fact, living under the shadow of a conspiracy theory, and they actually see all changes through those lenses, and they believe that all of their vested rights will be done away with. And secondly, the social partners and agencies have a very big role to play, and they have a big input in the direction that the labour issues will take with the governments in power. So here we see that discussion, dialogue, and is very important, and we have to really understand the issues in a technocratic manner. We have to be able to open our minds and not see things through blinkers. And I'd like to continue on to the third point, and I don't think any change that is proposed, not every change rather, is towards the right direction. Not everything that is put forward is good. So that's why we need social dialogue, and it is the substantive and correct social dialogue that should be ongoing and as open as possible, because that will enable all views to be heard, and any intervention will be examined in all its dimensions without any prejudices and without any afterthought, because it is only this that will have peace in the labour force, and that will lead to increased productivity in turn. And whatever we might be discussing here, however many studies and dialogues might actually take place for this matter, it is of no importance unless we actually pave the way correctly and take our first steps correctly and connect education with the labour market. This is a subject matter where we are lagging behind in Greece, and we have to work long and hard in a coordinated fashion. And this is of tantamount importance. And our body is actually moving towards that direction. And as the Economic Chamber of Greece, we are stating ourselves always willing and able to participate and engage in a substantive and material social dialogue, and to communicate with the workers in this modern environment, and to tell them about any changes that are in the offing. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, and I really appreciate you were keeping the time. Really, I say really appreciate. And in fact, I would like to highlight the question of education. I think education is a main issue if we face the future of work, and when I talk education, I not talk only about occupational or vocational education. I talk education in general, skills, the mismatch, the need to face what the future is giving us is key. It's key to be able to deal with this future. And I think it's one of the elements that should be keep in mind even when you are in this discussion in the Economic and Social Council. Then this is most welcome. Now, I have the pleasure to give the floor to Nikolaos Manesiotis. Manesiotis is there? Will you stay there? As you were. And please, again, I beg you for the time.
Okay, that's right. Thank you, Ms. Vega. Κύριε Πρόεδρε,
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, let me first thank you for honoring us with an invitation to attend this event. I'll try to be brief, so I'm not going to say many things, but it's important to mention something that maybe some of you know. Let me highlight that during these 8 years of the crisis in Greece, we have witnessed a drop in the GDP by 26%. Maybe it's a record-breaking figure for the world. Moreover, the duration of the crisis is record-breaking as well. It's been over 8 years that we're in a crisis. And above that, we've also had unemployment skyrocket. A few years ago, it was 27%, and now it's at 21%. Still, this small drop won't make us feel optimistic about the future because, you see, more than 50% of the new jobs concern part-time jobs. It's 4-hour-long occupation per day. Now, since our president, Mr. Korkidis, could not attend, I'm standing in for him, and I represent the Hellenic Confederation of Commerce and Entrepreneurship. There are 670,000 members. And of course, our members and we were always in favor of social dialogue. Social dialogue, of course, given the backdrop I just described, social dialogue has been put to the test, and it's been through trials and tribulations in Greece recently. Social dialogue is a fundamental parameter of the European Union. And dialogue in general, the way we've experienced it, has always been fertile, prolific, and useful, especially at this difficult point in time. It's really important for us to encourage an entente, an understanding, dialogue, to have peace at work in order to promote new ideas, to create new jobs. And while fostering employment, we're also improving the status of our national economy. We have always been involved in an active manner in social dialogue without any footnotes or expectations. Over the last few years with the memoranda, the collective bargaining agreements have been dealt a blow. After the second MOU and the second mid-term program of reforms, there were huge changes in the so-called national labor contract. So it lost its power. Unilaterally, it was changed, and now the state is making decisions about alterations and changing the said contract after consulting, quote-unquote, consulting the social partners. So the memoranda have stopped the possibility to expand and extend the collective agreements. There was a reason why. That now means that any sectoral agreement will only apply in the case of union members. So union members who did not to be bound by this agreement, they left their unions. We've seen that happen to us, and so did our peer or other organizations, other organizations. And as a result thereof, the social dialogue is now weakened. And that is also negatively impacting on us as social partners. Today, it is important to make sure that we encourage social dialogue, even use mediation. Certainly, we have to be there. In order for us to enrich the agenda and make certain proposals, let me say this. We certainly believe it is imperative that we enhance and showcase the additional role of the social partners. We can be involved in debates that touch on all aspects of economic and social life. We can also help draft a tripartite strategy with a view to combating unemployment and make sure that measures are taken and incorporated in the next collective agreement. The minimum wage issue. We as a confederation have said time and again that gradually we have to get the minimum wage at €751 gross, not net. And let me also acknowledge that, and I'm an employer, €751 gross. That's less than 700 net. Still, it is very difficult for any worker to make ends meet with 700 euros. Let me acknowledge that. Let me also add one more thing. There is the so-called non-labor cost, and it's quite high compared to the rest of Europe. It's not really encouraging new hires. Today it's Black Friday, so there are many customers out there in the market. They've showed up, and now there is need, at least for the day, for certain additional personnel to be hired, dedicated to the needs of the day, but it's impossible given the background legislation. Hopefully, this conference will be successful. Have fun in Athens. Upon the end of the conference, go to the market, visit the stores and shops of Athens and Piraeus. You will find great offers. The last note. Let me reiterate the great importance we attach to social dialogue. 96% of enterprises in Greece are small, little, nano enterprises, less than 6 members of staff. We are like small basketball teams, so those of us business people who want to have our business grow, we know that even one player who's not happy will certainly impact the performance of the team, and it's important to have teamwork, team spirit, and certainly dialogue. Thank you.
Many thanks. I say after this invitation, but the problem is people are all time here in the hotel working, that so you cannot buy. I think even this Black Friday is a new institutions coming from the United States. I can say institutions because they are imposing us new ideas. Sometimes will be benefit for the society, but other times I'm not very sure about. Anyway, I think for your presentation, it's quite important to highlight the collective bargaining. The role of collective bargaining, that you know, for us is a fundamental principle for the ILO, and I think for most of the countries that has ratified the convention related to freedom of association and collective bargaining, that is closely related with the social dialogue, because in fact it's the institution that really make the point what and the origin of the social dialogue in a very particular way. Then this is another point, I think, another issue that will be, I think, key in developing the future of work, because it's an institution that in one side, in most of our countries is legal, not in the common law countries, but yes, in the civil law countries, and allows us to be flexible and to adapt to the needs of the future of work. Then let me now introduce the last speaker from employer sides, that is Georgios Asmatoglu. Sorry for my bad pronunciation of Greek, but I didn't manage to learn Greek after so much time, please.
I'd like to bid you a good evening. I'd like to thank the organisers for inviting the Hellenic Confederation of Commerce and Entrepreneurship. And I would like to say that in 2 years we will also have our centenary. I would like to focus on social dialogue alone. Ladies and gentlemen, social dialogue and the collective bargaining agreements are in fact integral part of the European social model. But nevertheless, we see in recent years social dialogue in Greece was, in fact, one of the things that was hit by the crisis. Thus, when we are actually talking about reinforcing the social dialogue, we are, in fact, talking about restarting up and to enable that we have free collective bargaining. Indeed, the fact that the collective bargaining agreement has lost its force, and this was done in 2014, and we see that the executive can unilaterally set the minimum wage, and almost all the labour relations has in fact brought about the recession. It's what Mr. Monsieur said with respect to the 751, the minimum wage. Now, the years that followed, we didn't see an improvement in the competitiveness of the companies nor the labour market. We see that a labour market that, compared to the beginning of the crisis, has thousands fewer companies with dramatically lower turnovers, hundred thousands fewer jobs that are worse paid, and we see that the available income on the market is a lot less. And we see that there is, in fact, great flexibility in the forms of work, and we see that it is something that has, in fact, created many problems. And we see that the state can take unilateral actions, and we see that social dialogue is, in fact, established procedures through which the social partners express the interests and the problems, and they try to resolve them. They are trying, in other words, to find the commonality, the common place where the businesses and the workers can have the maximum advantages to both in a given environment. So that means that it is, in fact, a very good tool for building consensus, on the basis of which we can regulate employment, the labour market, unemployment, social security, and why not taxation, and the access to financing and other matters that are fundamental for social peace and for the economic growth of a country. Nevertheless, social dialogue did not function with the characteristics I mentioned in the pre-crisis period. It was targeted to setting the minimum wage, and in a negotiating process that had as a starting point and its conclusion the adoption or the restriction of demands, and it really ignored the structure of the Greek economy, its needs and capacities. However, social dialogue cannot simply be a field for claims, but a broader dialogue. And we have to look at the extrinsic and extrinsic factors and the various prospects. And this is something that we have not done sufficiently. Nevertheless, we see that this can, in no circumstances, justify or downgrade or do away with social dialogue. Indeed, for all these years, we haven't stopped either discussing or actually consulting with each other as social partners. But the key instrument that we had in our hands in shaping the industrial relations have been taken away from us, and we need to reinstate them. This is not, in fact, something that we simply would like, but now we see that what is happening, unfortunately, is that the labour market is, in fact, regulated by a single-minded authority that doesn't really know what it's doing, or perhaps there are interests pulling its strings. So I think that what I've mentioned shows that we need to democratize this part of our life in order to bring about peace, social peace. And we also must make a leap forwards in order to discuss in a responsible manner and with honesty the various changes that occur in the labour market inside and outside of Greece, the structuring and the possibility of entrepreneurship in Greece, firstly, and the interventions needed so as to lay the ground, pave the way for sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for highlighting the importance of the social dialogue, in particular in the crisis context, and I think Greece has some expertise, unfortunately. Then now is the, I turn a little bit, and we are going to the international experience, and always I respect still and women first men is something that I am an old person. I am an old person. I make distinction. I think she has the right to be the first. And I think Camilo will agree, because it's a Latin, then all Latins will always agree in these kind of things. It's polites. It's like,
but I complain anyway.
You complain, I know, but okay. Then Alessandra will be talking on behalf of the IOA. Thanks.
Thank you, Mariluz, and thank you to the organizers of this meeting. So, as she correctly said, I work for the International Organization of Employers. This is an organization representing business organizations and companies in the international debate on social and economic issues. It's not only the ILO, even if it's mainly the ILO, but it's also the G20, the Council of Europe, and other organizations at the international level. So to bring back this discussion to the international level, what we have seen here in these 2 days is that there is a huge diversification between social dialogue institutions among different countries. There is really, literally nothing in common among the Chad institution and the institution in France. So this is very interesting because in the end we have a question that is common, is how to give impact to the recommendations or to the activity or to the role of these institutions. And the impact is a sort of circle between the role of the government that needs to start this with allowing social dialogue institutions to play a role. Then we have the role of employers and worker organizations that needs to have the capacity, the skills to bring an added value to what they do and represent their views in the government, for the government, giving advice to the government. And then we have also a matter of implementing what they say and what they give to the government. So it's a sort of circle that goes on in this way. And something that was said this morning, it's about the relevance of these social dialogue institutions. This is key because without the relevance, those institutions are going to die. So I will give you here an example of an institution that I know because I'm Italian. So it's the CNEL, it's the Council for, the English name is National Council for Economics and Labor. And this council is not very well known in Italy. The problem is that it's not known at all, and so in 2016 the government proposed a referendum to abolish this council. And it's really funny. The funny part is that all the Italians went to vote to the referendum for constitutional reform, and they were finding this CNEL thing, and they were saying, oh, what's that? So all the periodists and journalists were writing articles explaining this is a tripartite institution where you have experts, they give advice to the government on different issues. And people were asking, yeah, but this is costing money, and they are located in this beautiful villa in the center of Rome, and so we're paying. And so in the end, they voted no to the abolishment of this council, but this was really to explain that the communication of this council to the general public is key. If you don't communicate well what you do, then the circle is not closed. Your advices are not going to be implemented, they are not going to have any impact, and so this is not working in the end. So in the government, in the end, needs to give, you know, this possibility to play really a role. Now, if we go back and we go to a top-down approach and we try to see how the employers' organization and the workers' organization can better support the social dialogue institutions, we really need to think that employers and workers' organizations are the entry point for the government. They bring the information from down to the top, so on the table of the government. And on the future of work, this is key. However, we have been seeing a presentation yesterday from the OECD talking about the representativeness issue. So representativeness is at stake, and this means that social dialogue, as we know it, as we know in the ILO, this tripartite negotiation, discussion, consultation, is maybe not going to exist anymore in the future. So this is problematic, and it's not only problematic for the workers that have representativeness of 17% only in the OECD countries, while employers have remained a little bit stable, but it obliges us to rethink the model of social dialogue. And rethink the model of social dialogue, I would say, on 4 lines. Basically, principally for employers' organization, but this can be also applied, maybe my colleague Camilo will say something, will also apply to the workers. So first of all, it's about leadership and representativeness. It means that employers' organization needs to reach out not only to different sectors, not only to SMEs, to multinational enterprises, but also to startups. So they need to speak young. They need to be able to reach out to the youth. And they also need to be able to reach out to the informal sector, but also we have an issue of legal certainty. Crowd workers, what are they? They are self-employed, they are employees, so they can approach an employer organization to be to receive the service from an employer's organization, or they will ask the worker organization to be defended by them and to be represented by them. This is a new reality we didn't think about in the past. Then there is an issue also of the services. Employers' organizations need to use better the technologies to offer better services. They need to use, to offer a better sort of relationship approach and offer all these kind of new elements that were not there before. There is also an element of responsibility, and the Greek case, it's very good for this. As you know, Mariluz, in the Oslo Declaration in 2013 at the ILO regional meeting, and again in Istanbul in 2017, it was said that there is a need to promote strong and responsible social partnership in order to have social dialogue at all levels, which contributes to equitable distribution, social progress, and stability. So the question of responsibility is quite interesting both for employers and workers' organizations, because technology offers a massive opportunity to reach out to members and to bring the members closer to the employers' organization. However, how we are going to use this technology, how are we going to be able to use this technology properly? From the workers' side, they're using a lot of the global campaigns. So from the employer side, we are a little bit on a reactive response to say we need to be better able to control this. A third element, so trust is key. We know, we see that in Greece there are problems, but they are going to solve them. And another theme is the adaptability, how to adapt to the new realities. So the topics for employers' organization, the themes are not the same. We are talking about a new regulatory framework for a dispersed workforce. We are talking about competitiveness strategy. We are talking about big data, informality, migration, and a global cloud of talents, for instance. We are talking about skills. And for skills, I just wanted to give you an example of an initiative, because the employers' organization, the employers always complain that there is not adequate skills for what they are looking for. So we need to reach out to the future workers through the organization, through the university, through the education. And so that's why we have launched a ZIOE business-driven alliance, that is the GAN, Global Apprenticeship Network, that is encouraging and linking business initiative on skills and employment opportunity for youth. This has been developed with the ILO and the OECD, so it's under this chapeau of ILO and OECD. It's a very good initiative. To conclude, I think that a strategic plan is key. So social dialogue institutions need to think strategically to what they want from the future. There is no time for improvisation here, so it's time to really reflect. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. I say, again, trying to look for the particular key issue, even if she has mentioned several ones, I think the question of communication and our raising of the institutions of the tripartite, and in particular the Council, is key. Because it's the only way, if you have a good communication strategy, to have the awareness raising and the ownership later than the workers and employers need of the decision that has been taken by the Council. Then I think it's an area that the International Association of the Economic and Social Council maybe could encourage to go further, because I think it could be key, and in particular with the future award and the enormous opportunities that technology will open for communication. Is where it's quite clear that the technologies will be, I think, profitable at least and quite useful. Now we go to the other side, to the right side in this case, to Camilo. Dan is from PSI. Dan is the Public Service International, and he will also make some points. Please, Camilo.
Thank you, Mariluz. Can I have the projection, please? Yeah, perfect. I don't need to move because what a technology. As Mariluz said, my name is Camilo Rubiano. I represent Public Services International, which is the global union federation of public sector workers around the world. I had a speech drafted before coming here, but yesterday I decided to change it a little bit. On the one hand, I felt challenged by the participation of the audience, and also many of the issues that we are discussing here or that I wanted to raise were already raised by the other panelists. So I'm going to concentrate on just a couple of issues. Since I'm the last one and this is the last session, I want to challenge your attention mainly at this point. I mean, everybody here in this panel agreed that, well, the importance of social dialogue institutions. I'm going to challenge that and see if I wake you up. And to do that, I want to go back to our question. And here it is implicit that there is actually a role in social dialogue institutions in this new environment. But I'm going to ask, do they have this role? So instead of assuming that they have, let's ask whether they do from the first place. And I'm asking this because in the first place, the past, the present, and the future of work is still and largely agriculture. The ILO General Survey of 2015 reminds us this: 3 billion people, almost half the world population, live in rural areas. 32% of them is employed in agriculture. The majority of women workers are engaged in agricultural activities. The majority of the population of low-income countries remains dependent on rural economy. So, these workers, in many countries, still face a lot of hardship. They lack protection and they don't enjoy fundamental rights. On the other hand, we have some numbers here on the workers we talk about when we refer to the future of work. Those mostly engage in the gig economy, the sharing economy, the on-demand and crowd workers, to name a few. And they represent, and these figures varies from, depending on many scholars, 1 or 3% of the workforce. And to this, well, we can add those that will be affected by robotization and automation. My point here is that before we embark in this new and fascinating topic of labor and technology, we must not forget that there's a lot of work still pending, that we didn't manage to achieve, or problems that we were not able to solve. But now that you do have my attention, I have to say that I do think that there is a role for social dialogue institutions, but still I will go back to that later in my presentation. Now I would like to address the other part of the question, the challenges. And based on what I just said, I think that the challenges we will face in the future, to a large extent, will be the same challenges that we already faced or that we face on an everyday basis. And it's protection of workers, protection of business, and the ever-changing world of work and the transformation by technology. If we think about this, I could say that the technology has been transforming work for the past 600-700 years, and I'm sure that here you in Greece will have examples of technology advances that modify the life of cities in Greece 4,000 years ago. So it's technology and its impact on labor is nothing new. So in addressing these issues, old and new, the first thing I would like to point out is that we have to avoid circular discussions that we've been having for many, many years now, and we need new approaches. And I will also go back to this later. But I do want to talk a little bit about the fascinating technology and work and how it is transforming again the world of work, and I would like to single out basically 2 issues. And I would like to go back to technology. So it's true that for the time being we are talking about this just a few workers, or comparatively speaking. but these numbers are going to grow exponentially, in my opinion. I would like to remind you about something. At the beginning of the digital revolution, when people started exchanging files, music, movies, books, through the peer-to-peer networks in the late 90s and 2000s, you will remember probably Napster or Kazaa, and before the arrival of iTunes, one scholar defined this phenomenon as a photocopy machine on steroids. And he basically said the capacity to duplicate at zero cost became unlimited and real. So I think at some point this will be the potential of the app economy or the platform economy, or platform capitalism as it has also been referred. So the issue, yes, it deserves attention. But to set things straight, and as a starting point, one of my first comment or point is a relatively simple idea, is that technology is labor. On the one hand, there are the people making the platforms, and on the other end, we have, or there will be no Uber, Airbnb, Deliveroo without the workers. At least not yet. So while these platforms reorganize work and reorganize the access to distribution of goods and services, they do not get away from work or labor. So we should refer to these business methods as platforms of digital labor matching. But why is it so difficult to acknowledge this? In the words of one scholar, she says, it's because workers are hidden behind the technology. And programmers treat them like bits of code, at the same time that they continue to think of themselves as coders and not managers or employers. So technology changes the nature of work, but work remains, often in degraded or devalued form, but work remains. On the other hand, to be fair, I have to say that technology as such doesn't steal jobs, but rather humans make decisions that to replace workers, and as such, this is a human-centered problem. It's not the unfolding or inevitable march of progress. So my second point is that this is a political problem. And to support that, I would like to move to my other slide and ask a question. Do you think that companies like Uber, Deliveroo, Airbnb, and many others are satisfied with just being service providers or utilities? I want you to take a look at the numbers of this company, the value of this company. And I'll give you 1 second to count the zeros in this slide.
1 minute.
They have more money and have access to funds than many countries in the world. So Karen Gregory of the University of Edinburgh, she suggests that our attention should be focused on one word, and this is infrastructure. And she says that, for instance, Uber has claimed that what they want to do is to make transportation as reliable as running water. And increasingly the company is willing to offer its data to cities through a program, software called Movement. And this data has been used already in Australia and in Washington, D.C. to measure traffic congestion, road congestion, the impact of public transportation or the transportation performance. I want to mention other companies. Alphabet, which is the mother company of Google, which is and holds many different tech companies. They are actively engaging in what they say smart cities of the future. Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg said in the past that they want to connect the world and that they want to find a cure for cancer. And
what about the reports of this pilot scheme in the UK by which NHS patients, the National Health Service, will be hosted in Airbnb homes to solve issues of hospital overcrowding. So, these platforms with data capture and analysis want to become part of the solution of larger problems. And on top of that, there is the issue of the use of this data, or the proprietary rights of this data, or the use of this private data gathered from individuals. Airbnb has the largest collection of interior design in the world. They have the photos of all our rooms in our houses, and they use software similar to face recognition to recognize every single furniture that we have at home. And they know when we change that, when we upload the photos, how often we do that. And they sell this data. So the business that we perceive is much larger than we think. Karen Gregory, again, with another scholar, Jatan Sadowski. So they have written that companies such as Uber are not interested in becoming just an utility, but that they seek to have a seat, a say in public policy or in determining how society is developed. Some scholar went further and he says, shift from territorial governance, I mean that this platform capitalism represents a shift on territorial governance by elected representatives, as we have now, to functional governance, which is the ruling by firms. My last point, and I won't take too much time on this, is about robots. A lot has been said, and I just want to add that yes, robots and automation will have a play role, it will be important, but I don't think it will be a catastrophe as some suggest. For one simple reason. Robots and machines don't and will never buy iPhones. They will never buy the latest Zara collection, and they will not buy food. And this runs against the very essence of capitalism. So, to wrap up, I want to go back to the question and stress again. Technology is labor. We need a serious approach on this issue and acknowledge that work means work, and not like Brexit means Brexit. It's different. And this is a political issue. I hope that we realize that here we are dealing with an intersection of many issues. So, to strengthen the role of social institutions, we need to first increase its mandate and its scope. I think that the answers are already in the answers you gave, the questions you raised, and the report of the ILO. We need to rethink our approach to the problems of how to better deal with workers' protection and business protection. Yes. Mr. Omaru said yesterday, we need a new social contract. Andrea Garnero from OECD, he said, think about new forms of social protection, and the colleague from the World Bank said, yes, rethink social protection. Ms. Effie Beko, she went further and said, new ways of living. So we need an holistic view and not a patchwork approach. And this also leads us to the question of where the resources will come from. The gentleman over there, he's not here at the moment, posed yesterday this question, and so we need to talk about pension reform, yes, but we also need to talk about tax arrangements. And I want to make something clear here that we don't have to place the burden again on small and medium enterprises or workers. This is wrong. But this, Facebook, large tech companies, look at this. And this is similar to many other companies. Facebook paid £4,000 in taxes in 2014, at the same time that the Tax Revenue Office of the UK spent £26,000 to remind taxpayers to pay the taxes. And this is the same for Amazon, this is the same for with Apple, with other companies. This this is criminal. And I'm referring to this as a moral judgment and as an ethical judgment. It's not criminal because they benefit from tax arrangements, they benefit from tax engineering, and it's perfectly legal, but it's wrong. And this is where I want to finish.
Thank you. As you have seen, I have been trying to handle with the time, and it's difficult because all the people close to me are Latin, and the respect of timing of the Latins, including me, is quite complicated. Then, thank you. As Camilo was highlighting the importance to keep the human center in any perspective and policy of the future of war, and try to not avoid and behind machines and new technology, we have human beings. Then I think what is important after hearing, for one side, the national experience and also the collective and more international experience coming from our colleagues from IOE and Public Service International, is that I think it's not possible any social and economical stability if there are not social and peace and justice. And it is the mandate of the ILO, and has been the mandate for more than 98 years. And this is, I think, quite important. Social dialogue is a main institution, is a main instrument, is a main service, in fact, because social dialogue is a service for the community. And the institutions around the social dialogue, like the Economic Social Council, prove that this is a good way to really approach and to handle the future of war, and to really be able to redress any deviation and disruption, that is the word that we use now, that is coming from the future of war. To finalize, because in this session there were not questions and answers, what I would like to do, and I think is a little bit new, is I would like to give the floor for a minute to everyone, only 1 minute, with a clear question. The clear question is, which will be, on your point of view, of all of you, the main issue that we will need to deal as part of the social dialogue for really dealing with the challenges of the future of war? Is, in your views, which is really the key element, or the first element, that we will need to deal as part of, as actors of the social dialogue? Then I would like to start with the Greek counterpart. Then I invite 1 minute, President Panagopoulos. I think you need to come here and to tell us, but please, 1 minute. Well, okay, but I say, we need, I have been trying to handle. He was talking 25 minutes, but it's okay. I would not like to quarrel about.
I think this is a fundamental question which is of concern to everyone, everywhere, in every country. Of course, if you ask a Greek the same question, you will be told that we have to agree in the context of the social dialogue on ways to get out of this crisis. But if you ask this question to someone who's more forward-looking, who's worried about the future, the challenges, the dangers and risks for the world community, then maybe we should start talking about the kind of regulations and adjustments that are necessary, and how we need to constantly adjust and readjust in view of the huge developments and changes that are happening through the digital economy that's growing as we speak. This is the fourth industrial revolution, and it's ushering in huge changes. Behind every platform, or inside every platform, there's certainly labor, there's work. Maybe it's not that obvious. Maybe it's creating new risks. So this is what the national economic and social councils and committees, this is what they need to concern themselves with. And this is something that, of course, the European Economic and Social Committee has to focus on it too. And it's not just about studies, surveys, and analysis. We have to cut to the essence. Thank you.
In particular, for keeping the time. Now, Harry, by the way, is member of our governing body, ILO governing body. I have forgotten when I introduced, and he's quite familiar. Also, of course, the President Panagopoulos was very involved with the ILO, but I say you are very ILO people now. You have been always, but now more than ever.
Να ξεκαθαρίσω ότι μιλάω εδώ όχι λοιπόν.
So let me be clear about this. I'm not speaking on behalf of the ILO or the Executive Committee of OKE, but I am now speaking on behalf of the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises, and I will be very brief. I fully agree with Mr. Panagopoulos, the President of the Greek General Confederation of Labour. He touched on two issues for that matter. As far as the past is concerned, I think that the whole of the Greek society, starting with ourselves, that is the employers and the employees, the political system, the opinion makers, all of the aforementioned have never embarked on a serious and profound discussion about the crisis and how we got to where we are today. So we haven't really analyzed what the cures of the problems that we've never uncovered will be. So this is a big issue, and we certainly can't deal with that ourselves alone. I mean, in the close circle of the workers. It's a bad thing that we haven't dealt with the root causes for the past 7 years, but let's let things the way they are for the time being. And when it comes to social partners and what we can do, I believe that, well, we can further analyze what's happening abroad and remember what I suggested, and hopefully IESE, the Greek General Confederation of Labour, eventually will agree with us and accept the invitation we extended. Let's build a working group, and maybe we can do that within the confines of the OKE, the Greek ESC, and involve more. So I guess we all agree. It's very important that we proceed with that promptly. Thank you.
If it's the case, we will be very interested at the ILO to follow your discussion. Then, Mr. Kolias, please, you have the floor.
Let me thank you. I wouldn't beg to differ with the two previous speakers. I will not disagree with either Mr. Panagopoulos or Harry Kyriazis. It's a given fact that during these 7 years, we are living under the yoke of the memoranda, and it's high time we left the memoranda behind. And it's also certain that we never had a serious discussion about why we eventually dealt with this crisis. What needs to be done directly, and the government can't do it alone, what we need to do directly as we speak is to embark on a debate on the new productive paradigm for Greece, because it's a fact that the causes behind the crisis need to change, and the previous model, what got us here, needs to change as well. So the social partners, scientists, and OKE have a critical role to play in the context of this debate that needs to start with the government. We should have already embarked on this discussion with the government with regard to the new productive paradigm for Greece. We know that Greece has competitive advantages, we have edges, we have fields and sectors in which we can invest in the future, so we have to have a real discussion about it. So let's involve everyone, that is us and the government. We are all aware of this subject matter and the market, because we have a daily experience of the market. Let's be clear about what we want for the future of this country in order for us to not be faced with similar cases and memoranda. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manesiotis, please.
Φυσικά θα συμφωνήσω.
Most certainly, I will agree with Mr. Panagopoulos, Mr. Kyriazis, and of course Mr. Kolias. I do agree. But maybe, although they were to the point, I have to also insist on something that may not be directly pertinent to the subject matter that you're dealing with today, but still, there's a scourge here, and it's tax evasion. There's tax evasion everywhere in the world, and the rates are very high. Unfortunately, tax evasion has increased in Greece over the last few years, so we need to proceed with audits and checks to find sure that countries will find prosperity with less tax evasion. And thus, taxation will become more just and viable, and thus the robust and healthy enterprises will be able to do their work. in order to have more jobs. I think this is the #1 priority, and I agree with what Alessandra suggested before. She said that we have to make sure that academia and enterprises come together. They meet somewhere. We have to have internships, apprenticeship schemes. We have to communicate what needs to be communicated to the students who will be the workforce of tomorrow.
From the national side, Mr. Asmatoglu.
Thank you once more. Indeed, if the political system and establishment allowed the workers and the employers and the employees to have some sort of understanding, then they would have solved everything between themselves. So it's important that we work things out between ourselves. Now, as to the productive model of Greece, of course, we need to overhaul it. But let me also say this. Here we are, today and yesterday, in a conference. What we're going to take with us, what we will conclude on, needs to be something that will be put into practice. Planning and talking is not enough. We have to enforce and implement what we plan for, and then we will be able to get out of this impasse. My dear Nikos just mentioned tax evasion. He is absolutely right. You know, we employers are always out there. We are in touch with the market. Indeed, there's tax evasion out there, but this tax evasion phenomenon comes with certain parameters. Let me explain what they are. There is some sort of perfidious stance, and there's a reason why there's such high tax evasion rates, because there's high taxation and excise duties as well. So if we contain those, then we can get out of the impasse. Thank you.
Close now, and I will start with Camilo this time, and I would let Alessandra to finalize, because in fact what I try to give the floor to the women is to promote gender equality. Is my idea on the issue. Now, Camilo.
Well, my first point, again, in answering this question would be to agree with my colleague on the right and my predecessor in the podium there. Tax evasion and, in general, tax justice, and because at the very end of the day, it's about how we fund the reforms that we want to deal with or we want to talk about. And I'll give you two examples about this. In the public sector, we have very good examples of negotiations with our employers. Some ministry here, some ministry there. There is agreement, but when there is about to execute this agreement, the Ministry of Labor, the central bank says we don't have money. So yeah, funding of the reforms, funding of the things we want to do. The paradox that my predecessor mentioned here, this, well, tax evasion, yes, but with so much taxes on other people, the system is not working. I have an example from a previous boss, and he says, well, I have an illegal car because I'm honest, and with my salary, I cannot buy a legal car. So he says, I have an illegal car because I'm not stealing money. And those who have an imported legal car, they can only afford this by being dishonest. So we need to solve also this paradox. My last point, since I agree with the others here, is we need to have the courage to address this dichotomy between workers and employees. And we need to extend the protection to all workers.
Alessandra, please.
Let me stress again the concept of skills and education and university and business meeting university. It's a matter, I think, of the utmost importance, because we need to be able to give an advice to our children when they're asking, Mom, what shall I study at university? I want to go through psychology or philosophical studies. Would you agree with that? Maybe it's better to go for medicine or something a little bit more practical. And so this is the first thing, skills, but it's also applied to the ones that are working today. It's about lifelong learning. We are using this word, which it doesn't work. It sounds a little bit empty. I mean, today, who is going to undergo for university studies after we have started working and we are going here and there meetings and other things? So this should come from a change in the mindset of the worker. I need to know that every 5 years I want to go for a course at the university. And for this, technology is helping, because all the biggest universities have launched courses online. They are called MOOC, massive open online courses. If you put MOOC on the website in Google, you will find 200 courses from the main university in the world, and those are very expensive universities. We have courses online and for free from Stanford University, from Yale, from Harvard, so I would advise you to go and give a look.
Then I think it's time now to close. I have been very precise with the time. I say for the organization, we start 15-20 minutes before, and I have catch up. I am on time. Then I need to congratulate to everyone, not to my harasser perspective. And I would like to conclude to say that as my chief, that is the Director General, used to say concerning the future award, the future award is not still shaped. The future award is in our hands. And I think the hands of the social and economic councils are key in this future. Then I think it's now up to you to follow, and this is not only a kind of meeting that will be finished here. I think the discussion on the future award should be priority in your work in the future. And let me close saying in my language, muchísimas gracias a todos, and hope you soon, very soon.
Many thanks to everyone.
To see you very soon. And now it's up to the declaration and all this kind of thing. Thank you. We go one by one.
Για βάλε. Ποιος θα έρθει μαζί, του ILO ποιος είναι? Απόστολα, έλα, για κανόνισε, φώναξε τον. Ναι. Ποιος? Ο Μπαλάρος θα έρθει τώρα, όπως θυμίζεις, θα έρθει. Ναι. Το Μπαλάρο μόλις έρθει.
One. I want to welcome the representative of the Greek Parliament, my friend Mr. Makis Balauras, who is coming now for the closing. And he has come just before the declaration. We are going now to read the declaration, and then we are going to make the closing of our meeting. Please.
So, President, Kalispera, buenos días, bonjour à toutes et à tous, hello everyone. So I have the honor to present you the Athens Declaration. I represent here the Economic and Social Council in Romania that holds the ICESIS presidency now. The Athens Declaration and Social Dialogue and the Future of Work by Economic and Social Councils in Similar Institutions. We, representatives from economic and social councils and similar institutions, participating in the International Conference on Social Dialogue and the Future of Work, hosted by ICESIS ILO-OKE on 23-24 November 2017 in Athens. Considering that the economic and social councils and similar institutions are established to advise the executive authority, government, and/or parliament on how best to ensure both complementarity and coherence between economic requirements and social needs so that they can advance decent work and social justice for all. Recalling the constitution of the ILO, which states that lasting peace can be established only if it is based on social justice. Reiterating the fundamental principles on which the ILO was founded, as described by the Declaration of Philadelphia of 1944. Labor is not a commodity. Freedom of expression and of association are essential to sustain progress. Poverty anywhere constitutes a danger to prosperity everywhere. The war against want requires to be carried on with unrelenting vigor within each nation and by continuous and concerted international effort in which the representatives of workers and employers enjoying equal status with those of governments join with them in free discussion and democratic decision with a view to the promotion of the common welfare. Recalling the ILO Declaration of Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work of 1998, promoting principles and rights at work in 4 categories. First, freedom of association and the effective recognition of the right to collective bargaining. Second, the elimination of all forms of forced or compulsory labor. Third, the abolition of the worst forms of child labor. Fourth, the elimination of discrimination in respect of employment and occupation. Recalling the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of the United Nations. In recognizing the above principles and rights, we affirm that strong, sustainable growth and decent jobs for all are fundamental for society as reflected in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which provides a global framework to achieve all its 17 goals. Social dialogue and strong social dialogue institutions are key in shaping the future of work and to building a world of work and social protection in which no one is left behind. The involvement of social partners and other stakeholders in decision-making and policy design is particularly important to ensure good governance at a time when the world of work is facing challenges stemming from the rapid transformation in technology, demography, climate change, globalization, as well as other factors such as wars and geopolitical issues. Social dialogue not only fosters democracy and peace, but it also contributes to harmonious industrial relations, reducing inequalities, boosting productivity, and promoting inclusive growth. It is therefore important for governments, workers and employers, organizations to renew their commitment to social dialogue and tripartism, as well as to strengthen their capacities. The AICES and CIS have an important role to play in better preparing for the challenges and the opportunities in a changing world of work by deepening their understandings of the transformations taking place and providing advice on effective policy responses that can help shape the future of work in a manner that best serves the interest of employers, workers, and society at large. We are determined to reinforce actions at the national and international level and with regard to different relevant players, government, Parliament, a representative organization of employers and workers, as well as other appropriate representative organizations of persons and groups concerned, in order to promote the recognition of the strategic importance of social dialogue processes in responding effectively to challenges and opportunities resulting from the changes in the world of work. We, the ESCs and CIS, propose the following action. As unique platform for building national consensus on important economic and social policies and legislation, we, the ESCs and CIS, will use our best endeavors to mobilize all available human and financial resources towards addressing the challenges and multiplying opportunities associated with the future of work, such as the emergence of new forms of work, changing skills requirements, deficits in the enabling environment for sustainable enterprise, use of technology for safer workplaces, need for enhanced enforcement and adaptation of legal and institutional frameworks, growing level of inequality and income insecurity, and the adequacy of social protection systems. Further engage ourselves in the national debates on key challenges and opportunities surrounding the changing world of work and enhance our competencies and role as forums for consensus building. Enhance the role and capacity of our members, especially the social partners, on issues relating to the changing world of work. Give due consideration to the guidance contained in relevant ILO instruments of social dialogue, especially tripartite consultation, international labor standards, Convention 1976, number 144, consultation industrial and national levels, recommendation 1960, number 113, freedom of association and protection of the right to organize, convention 1948, number 87, and right to organize and collective bargaining, convention 1949, number 98, that are essential for effective social dialogue. Advise policymakers to put in place policy frameworks that maximize and benefits and minimize the risks relating to the future of work, particularly those that promote sound macroeconomic, fiscal and sectoral policies for inclusive growth and employment, an enabling environment for enterprise creation, sustainable enterprises, and innovative businesses. labor market, wage and social protection policies to promote decent work and ensure the protection of labor rights. Enhance participation of women, youth and disadvantaged groups in labor market. We, as members of ICESIS, propose the following action. Support and facilitate the exchange of knowledge, experiences, and good practice amongst individual ESC and CIS with regard to action taken or identified to help shape the future of work. Undertake follow-up actions to the Athens Declaration, which will be presented at our General Assembly meeting in 2018, including specific initiatives aiming at reinforcing ESCs, CIS capacities to support the implementation of the Athens Declaration at country level. Expand their association to other tripartite, multipartite institutions and develop a partnership with such entities in collaboration with the ILO, particularly in the framework of the Future of Work initiative and the Centenary celebrations. Create and strengthen the global alliance between ESC-SIs with special attention to small island development states, SIDS, with the aim to further advancing the objectives of decent work, social justice for all, as well as the sustainable development goals. We request to ILO as a strategic partner to consider the following action. Support and facilitate the exchange of knowledge and experience on the formulation and implementation of policies aimed at addressing the impact of technological and demographic changes, climate change, and globalization. Analyze global trends and social dialogue and provide policy tools and training to support national processes of social dialogue. Offer assistance and expertise to help ESCs and CIS to formulate strategies that aim at strengthening capacity of their members, especially the social partners, on social dialogue. Further, advocate social dialogue and tripartism as an important means to maintain and rebuild social justice and peace within and between countries. Athens, 24 November 2017. Thank you very much.
Please, everyone, accept the Athens Declaration. One more, please. Yes.
First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting us to this great international conference. And I want just to tell that we are fully agree with this declaration. But in the second page, just I want to add one word, if you allow me. In the involvement of social partners and other stakeholders in decision making and policy design is particularly important to ensure good governance at a time when the world of work is facing challenge stemming from the rapid transformation in technology, demography, climate change, globalization, as well as other factors such as, here I want to add, such as occupation, wars, and geopolitical issue. Because as you know that occupation is not accepted for anyone in this hall, and I would like to add this word, if you allow us. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that it was very necessary that you say this, and everybody agrees, but we want to insist on the text because we have discussed long and we don't want now to add any other words. But we support your case, and it is written in a way that includes what you say. Thank you. Yeah.
Please, I don't agree with that. I think it's very important for us, for all Arab countries, for Palestinians to add this. And I don't think that anyone in this hall will accept occupation anywhere in the world, not only in Palestine.
Yes, we have discussed this, and we consider that this subject is outside from what we discuss. We go on now with the last section, with the closing sections. Yeah. Yeah.
Can you switch off? Mr. Vernikos, can you switch off?
Bien, nous allons, si vous le permettez.
So if you permit it, we're going to actually start with the closing session. And we've been here for the last 2 days. I think that we've discussed at length on the points related to social dialogue and the future of work. I think that these are questions that are very important. I think that we couldn't possibly exhaust them in a single conference. We've heard a lot yesterday. We have said a lot today. We have just adopted unanimously, even if there are certain observations, in order to enrich the declaration, the final declaration, with respect to the Athens conference. We see that it is our roadmap, the roadmap that connects us all in these subject matters. And we are going to, in fact, engage ourselves to continue to work on these diverse aspects, and I will not come back to them, and these have been discussed at length since yesterday. Now, this is, in fact, the closing session, and in this closing session we will have 4 interventions. 4 interventions. And I'm going to actually say them in the order that they are. There's a slight modification here. The President, George Vernikos, is going to take the floor first. And it says he did it during the opening ceremony of this wonderful conference. I think it's reasonable. We're here in Athens, in Greece, and I think it is very fitting that those who have welcomed us here will take the floor first, and that we will actually hear him first as we bring our conference to a close. After him, we will have, and I hope that I will not in fact pronounce him badly, Mr. Gerasimos Balauras. Did I pronounce it well? Yes. And I would like to remind you that he's the chairman of the Standing Committee on Economic Affairs at the Hellenic Parliament, and that is the title. And he is going to tell us his thoughts at the end of this conference. Then we will give the floor to Mr. Youssef Gelab, and he's the head of the Social Dialogue and Tripartism Unit of the ILO. And then, last but not least, the president of ICESIS will actually concludes, and he'll bring this great event to a close. So Mr. Jacob Basiu will, in fact, give us the final touches. And we'd like to give the floor to Mr. Vernikos, the President of the Economic and Social Council of Greece. I'm going to speak in Greek in order to be certain that each and every word has its appropriate weight. Now, I would like to thank you all for your presence here today. Yes, indeed, we are very pleased that one such important conference takes place in Greece. Through the discussions held on labour matters, it has become apparent many times that the issue of social dialogue throughout the world face problems. Of course, this is not by chance. Social dialogue is a cultural acquis. It is something that one conquers gradually, and it is done so gradually by various regions. At the same time, we see that it has to overcome manifold challenges. These are related to the speed of change and the problems that representative democracy is facing, which is also, if you like, a result of the speed of the technological developments. Nevertheless, those of us who are participating in social dialogue know the following clearly, that society and the world will not make headway if we yet do not understand the importance of social dialogue, and when it comes down to it, it is in fact the only way to avoid conflict. From the experience that we have in Greece and in many other countries, it is important to actually see what is the relationship between social dialogue and government. By definition, the governments don't like social dialogue, even though they pay lip service to it. But we see in many countries, they feel that social dialogue is a superfluous luxury or something that might contest their own authority when they are exercising power. Thus, social dialogue has a great struggle before it, and we see that this is in fact between concepts that everybody believes should be adopted, but in the end is contested by the powerful. And the more powerful someone is, the more they pay lip service to social dialogue. That is why, on our behalf at least, we always look to our members to demonstrate the responsibility towards social dialogue. And we always look to the Parliament to do so also. And it is the parliamentarian expression and the foundations of the democratic way of government, at least as we mean it. It's not an easy process, of course, in Greece. We have three words in order to signify social dialogue. Democracy, and social dialogue is related to democracy, growth and a sound economy, and solidarity, which has to do with social cohesion. Nevertheless, I would like to say that there is no social dialogue that is not deeply politicized. And I think that in this context, social dialogue must always have at its base man, inequality, and the environment. The vindication of social dialogue will be that it can serve above and beyond democracy, which is something that goes without saying, but with clear-cut political targeting on man and equality in the environment. For as long as I'm the President, I am pursuing these clearly. The Greek OKE is going to be, in fact, targeting specific directions. Whatever contributes to resolving inequality will be at the forefront of our discussion. We are going to work in unity with those who want to combat inequalities from the industrial environment and technology. We will consider this as something that is a priority of ours. We are going to act in unison with the European Economic and Social Council, and I'd like to thank its president, Mr. Dacius, who's here, and he has helping us in a European-wide basis on this level. And I'd like to say that when we have to do so, we have talked about issues of labour. And we believe that this is a matter that has to be broached with the European ESC and the ILO, because this helps showcase the critical matters in a critical period of time. This has to do with the concerns of people for a dignified work, and anything that has to do with future and is related to technology and globalization. Throughout our meeting, we heard a lot of interventions which were very comprehensive and interesting, and we have a lot of material to take back home with us and process there. I'm proud that the declaration is called Athens Declaration, which took place here in Athens, and it signifies the stable and fixed relationship between social dialogue and man and inequalities. I would like to thank my friend Mikis Balauras. He is an MP and represents the Greek Parliament here today. Of course, many of you don't know that we were actually in prison together with Mikis in periods of time when we were, in fact, struggling for common values for the dignity and freedom of individuals. These struggles are ongoing. They never come to an end. We resolve problems and new problems emerge. I would like to ask of my friend Mikis Balauras for the Parliament to be a lot more sensitive to issues of social dialogue, but demand the implementation of the Constitution and to request the opinion of OKE and not to follow the things that happened for years. And through the supersilience of the government, they paid lip service to social dialogue without really engaging in it. So with these few thoughts, I would like to thank you once again for being here tonight. And I would like to say that the Greek OKE, both here in Greece and on the international setting and with respect to its international obligations, will always be in the forefront in order to promote social dialogue. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank the President of the Economic and Social Council of Greece, George Vernikos. I'm not going to ask the committee to draft a new text, but I think that we should have mentioned the warm welcome and the hospitality. Maybe we need to mention George Vernikos, given the warm hospitality. So I'm not going to ask the drafting committee to get down to work. On behalf of everyone, let me thank you. Our warmest thanks for this welcome and hospitality. I'm so sorry. This is the first time I'm in Athens, actually. And we had to put in long hours, and I didn't get a chance to see Athens. I only saw the hotel, but I promise I'll be back. And I'll be back because for my generation, for people my age, Greece is always a legendary place, a mythical country. We are aware of its history. We've read its history, so I am going to come back. So now, let us all acknowledge and thank the Economic and Social Council of Greece, OKE, and through the Council, the people of Greece. And now, let me give the floor to Mr. Balauras. And so we are still staying with and in Greece. Mr. Balauras is going to speak to us on behalf of the Standing Committee on Economic Affairs of the Hellenic Parliament. Good afternoon. George Vernikos made me feel embarrassed, and I sort of blocked myself. And then again, I was happy because all of a sudden he mentioned something that is part of our shared past. And it was an emotional moment, and our past is not just emotionally charged, but it certainly determines our actions and activities and what we do from where we are. Today, I'm joining you not just in my capacity as chairman of the Standing Committee on Economic Affairs of the Hellenic Parliament, but I'm also here standing in for the Speaker of the Parliament, Mr. Nikos Voutsis. I have to say that Yorgos Vernikos got me thinking when he said that there are many governments that don't wish to have social dialogue. I wasn't aware of that, and I'm not knowledgeable. So just tell me, if you think that the Greek government is not willing, then you have to let me know. But at any rate, I am going to make sure that this changes. If social dialogue is not welcome, as far as the Hellenic Parliament is concerned, I'm going to make sure that this trend is reversed. I am aware of the Speaker's sensitivities and sensibility. I know he welcomes social dialogue, and I know that many MPs are, especially Syriza MPs, since they are union members, they are even more highly sensitized. I was a union member myself, and I was actually involved in social dialogue procedures for many years, for almost 12 years, in Frankfurt, in Germany, and in ECB, the European Central Bank. There were other colleagues from our peers in the rest of the EU. So twice a year we would go there and have meetings with the person who was in charge of the European Central Bank. So it's not just theory. In practice, I'm certainly very positive and welcome such issues, and I'm active in such matters. And they're really interesting. They are interesting, such matters are, because as George Vernikos said, these are all closely intertwined with human beings, democracy. They certainly have something to do with inequalities and the environment. So everything is closely associated. There couldn't possibly be any human being deprived of the right to life, to a home. And of course, it's not possible to have human beings make it in a destroyed environment. So we're in agreement again. Let me now refer to industrial relations in Greece. I think you all know that Greece has been going through a profound crisis for the past 8 years. In the summer of 2018, that's next summer, we should stop with the memoranda. It's the end of the program. And so, as of summer 2018, we expect to have a greater degree of freedom as far as the Greek state is concerned. We will have more scope to act vis-à-vis our creditors, that is. So, given that development, that will not be the end of the course. You see, life always asks of us more things, new things, but in the meantime, you, no matter where you are, no matter who you represent or work for, you will be expected to be supportive of the implementation and the enforcement of the community acquis as concerns labor and industrial relations. Greece was heavily affected not just by the economic and financial crisis, but Greece, you see, was profoundly impacted on in various fields, and several of its conquests, for instance, in industrial relations and in labor affairs, for instance, were affected. Now there's no freedom to have collective bargaining agreements signed. There's no freedom within the same industrial plant or enterprise. At least there's not the extent of freedom there should have been, unlike the rest of our peers in the rest of the EU. So I'm making an appeal to you, or if you will, this is an invitation from me to you. Europe shouldn't just concern itself with the economy. Europe, the European Union, has to deal with man, the human being, every parameter thereof, and parameters include the working environment, the natural environment, decent work, decent pay, decent agreements. Thank you very much, and it was a pleasure. You see, I enjoyed the declaration because it touches on very important issues, and it's really positive. Thank you once again.
Well, we'd like to thank Mr. Balauras and the Hellenic Parliament for this valuable contribution to the closing session. And as I have stated, we are going to give now the floor to Mr. Youssef Gelab, who is the head of the ILO. The conference was organized by the ILO and by ICESIS, and I think it's completely natural that each of the organizations that helped organize this wonderful conference, of course with the assistance of OKE, should actually express themselves during this closing session. Mr. Youssef Gelab, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Over the past 2 days, many messages were delivered. The two main ones were that the future of work is happening now. And most importantly, that we can shape the future of work that we want. So it depends only on us. That means countries, and within countries, government, employers, and workers' organizations. This was also confirmed by the participating international organizations who are also undertaking alongside the ILO important work. Is it okay? So this was also confirmed by the participating international organizations that are also undertaking important work in this area alongside the ILO, and some are even collaborating with each other, including the International Labour Organization. And the major transformations and their impact differ from one region to another and from one country to another. We have had the privilege to hear the diverse experiences from small development islands who traveled from very far away throughout to Africa, Central America, Europe, and the Arab states. The mega drivers of change that have been identified in the survey conducted by the ILO in collaboration with ICESIS and the Greek Economic and Social Council differ enormously from the countries because of the different stages of development. Informality and the non-standard forms of employment is a challenge, as we have heard from the Ministry of Labour of Greece and many other speakers, such as from Morocco and Costa Rica. Growing inequality is a reality in all regions, including developed and developing countries. There are also those countries and those groups of people people within countries that are benefiting from globalizations. But there are also others that are losing out in this process. In this regard, the participation of social partners in the design and decision-making of policies is crucial in shaping the world of work. The actors on the ground know better and can respond more quickly and effectively. This was also highlighted by the international organizations that participated in this conference. In this context, the ILO Convention number 144 on tripartite consultation provide comprehensive guidance in the way that social dialogue can be organized on the ground, as was mentioned by the representative of Georgia that spoke this morning. As you have all heard these 2 days, there are divergent views. And this is where social dialogue, and in particular ESCs and SIs, have an important role to play. That is to help governments, workers and employers to bridge differences and to come up with a common ground and common understanding of the challenges and the way to address them. However, for that to happen, we have heard a lot that that ESCs and similar social dialogue institutions, they need to do some homework. They need to be well equipped in terms of analytical capacity and also of proposals. They need to expand representation to include groups that today are not represented or less represented, like, for example, youth, women, workers in the informal economy, but also small businesses. They need to be strategic if they are to remain relevant and to be up to the expectations of government, employers, and workers that are putting resources in these institutions. Also, countries will need to tailor solutions to these challenges, but also to the opportunities stemming from the rapid transformations currently at play in the world of work. It was also mentioned that there is no one-size-fits-all solution that can be applied throughout the countries. The importance of education and upgrading of skills has been emphasized by several of our participants, like, for example, from Morocco and Georgia, but also from international organizations, including also the Minister of Labor of Grenada. Upgrading skills and strengthening education is good for the workers to enable them to prepare for the new jobs, but also is good for enterprises. As one of the members of the Greek ESC mentioned, the distribution of productivity gains is also an important issue and it has to be addressed. Most importantly, inclusive and sustainable labor market policies and other sound economic and social policies need to be put in place. Again, the participation of the social partners in this endeavor is crucial and cannot be overlooked. Certain countries, for instance, France, Sweden, and others, are already at the forefront of regulating the impact of technology on new forms of work, as well as on work-life balance. As the European Economic and Social Council has remarked, and I'd like here to also mention what one speaker has said is the right to disconnect. Several participants have expressed the importance of the exchange of experiences and best practices, like in forums like this one, which will enable them also to confront these challenges together, but also the opportunities together. One participant from the Economic and Social Council of Curaçao even mentioned the term of knowledge economy and society. The sharing of knowledge is something both that the ILO and ICESIS give great importance to. Our friends from Burundi mentioned that the ILO should disseminate good practices so that government and the social partners can make the most of social dialogue when devising policies. Most importantly, all of you, I think, ESCs here and similar institutions can contribute to the sharing of good practices and learn from each other, which is also one of the key messages of this conference. The ILO stands ready to help and assist in this regard. Also, I would like to say that we are very happy to be part of this effort and this endeavor that led to this very successful conference. If we judge by the number of participants, more than 200 participants, representing national institutions for social dialogue, international organizations, and regional economic and social councils. If we judge also by the very good presentations, the good discussions, and interactions during all the sessions the last 2 days, but also, and most importantly, by the outcome of this conference, namely the adoption of the declaration by ESCs and similar institutions, committing themselves to take this issue discussed during the last 2 days further at the national level and to make it one of their priority works in the years to come. The ILO stands ready, again, I think, to support and to provide all its assistance, that will enable ESCs and institutions to give effect to the declaration that was just adopted. And I would like, Mr. President, now to go to the thanks. First, I would like to thank the ICESIS for the excellent cooperation, I think, in the preparation and the running of this organization. I'd like also to thank very warmly the Greek Economic and Social Council for the excellent organization and the warm welcome, and also all the cooperation throughout the last month, which led to this conference, and through them to the government, to the employers, workers' organizations, and to the whole Greek people for the warm hospitality we received during the last 2 days. I'd like also to thank, on behalf of the ILO, all the participants, and in particular the ESCs and similar institutions that responded to the survey and also came and participated very actively in this event. To the international organizations, they are not here, but they were very active today, and I think they also responded to our solicitation and came and contributed to this successful conference. To the International Organization of the Social Partners, IUE, ITUC, and also the Public Service Internationals. I'd like also to extend my thanks to all ILO colleagues from the Future of Work Unit, from the Bureau for Workers' Activities, Employers' Activities, the Social Dialogue and Chapatism Unit, and also special thanks to Mr. Umaru, Mr. Musa Umaru, who just has been appointed Deputy Director General for Field Operation and Partnership, for his support and who found the time to stay with us during the last 2 days. Finally, my last words go to the team that is sitting behind and who has been working very hard over the last few weeks to make this event a success, namely from the Greek Economic and Social Council, Marta Theodorou, Katarina Tsoukatu, Alexia Vlami, Sofia Papayouyanou. On behalf of the ICESIS, Samira Azarba. And last but not least, from the ILO team, Social Dialogue and Chapatism, I'd like to mention Yuka Okumura, Nancy Varela, Sarah Doyle, and Germaine Ndiaye. So this is the team. Plus, of course, the interpreters. So this is the team without which I think we would not have been able, I think, to have this successful conference. So thank you very much, I think, and please join me again to give them an applause. So with this, I will close my words, and I wish you all the best, those are staying here or traveling tomorrow. Thank you all. Ça c'est par contre à...
Thank you.
Nous remercions.
We would like to thank Mr. Youssef Yelab, who just took the floor in the name of the ILO. The ILO is a strategic partner for all ESC and SIs. This was an excellent conference. And after this conference, there will be follow-up, there will be more opportunities. At the level of the ICESIS as well, which will still be taking initiatives together with the ILO. As I said at the beginning, we have the last speaker for the closing session. And so the floor goes to Mr. Jacob Bassiou, who's the president of ICESIS. He most certainly will draw the conclusions. He'll talk about the prospects, the perspectives, and the future of our common organizations through the lens of the subject matter at hand. And after Mr. Bassiou, I will take the floor for just a few words, and I'll make an announcement that's of interest to the participants with regard to the following hours. So, closing in on the end of this session, Mr. President.
Domnilor și doamnelor, dați-mi voie.
Honorable members of the Bureau, the Presidium, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, in my capacity as President of the ICESIS, and in the name of everyone, to extend a special thanks to the delegates and representatives of ILO, for they were primarily the ones who put together this event. This was a tough venture, but we managed to have this international conference, and I know that each and every one of the organizing committee dedicated themselves to the task at hand. But even before the conference, they invested a lot. And it's true, and we must acknowledge that it's difficult to put together such a huge conference, and problems are not easy to solve. Let me also thank the people of ILO and the Director General, as well as the Deputy Director General. And I also wish to thank our colleagues from OKE, and I'm not going to name them one by one, but they've all been instrumental in this venture. They all helped and facilitated this conference. The fact that we are meeting here today and met here yesterday, we owe that to our Greek colleagues. I'd like to thank them. And I'm sure that together, all of us, we will be able to build on what we're working on, and we will eventually prove that social dialogue is part of our democracy again. Let me, moreover, extend my thanks to each and every one who's participated, attended, represented other fields and sectors. I'd like to thank not just the World Bank, the Parliament, everyone from international and local institutions and organizations. As far as I'm concerned, I have to say I'm very pleased. I'm going home, but I'm certain that I'm going home taking with me many ideas. I'm richer that way. Moreover, I'm happy to conclude that we've witnessed a real dialogue that taught us things. Everything was enlightening, and I guess that everyone's learned things from one another. These 2 days have been precious to us all. This 2-day conference allowed us to get to a certain level and acquire new knowledge on the reality. We, of course, have specificities and particularities per country, but there are certain trends that regard us all, for instance, technology. And in our distinctive countries, we understand such notions, such as technology, for instance, given the background we have and the preparation that preceded that. This is important to remember. And then the environment. We have to be mindful of the environment and our health. There's a lot of discussion going on about globalization, and we can't turn a blind eye to globalization. It's here already. If we look back in time 50 years ago or even 15 years ago, how many mobile phones were there? 50 years ago. Where was industrial growth? What about technology 50 years ago? You see, we have come a long way. Technology ushers in new things, good things for mankind. But quite often, and we talked about such things, there's robotics, automation. But you see, in the absence of human beings, robotics cannot be used. Automation cannot materialize. It's the human brain that comes up with new things. Someone has to think things through and consider how mankind is going to use automation. Of course, you have to prepare people to use technology. In Romania, we allege that mom and dad will teach you in your formative years, the first 7 years at home, provide you with a certain education. Family education is precious, or else you have nothing. To train and educate people, you need a total of 20 years. To get them to the labor market, you have to make sure that these people are fully trained. Going through school and graduating from university does not suffice. You have to prepare yourself on a daily basis. You have to keep abreast of times. You have to be prepared for today and tomorrow. A dear colleague who is a lawyer told us that they have to be updated. They have to study every single day to be knowledgeable of what's happening in the world of law and justice. It's imperative that we act this way in every field. Technology is changing, everything's changing. In every single field and sector, there are changes. And a question begs itself, and the question is this: when will we people change? When will we people understand that life is short? When will we understand that we each have to contribute? We have to pitch in order for us to help communities and society grow, in order for the terms and conditions in which we live to improve, in order for us to be civilized. And of course, we want some freedom. Those who have capital in their hands are not happy. I don't think they're always happy. Power and money comes and goes, but people always stay behind. I mean, they're always there, no matter whether you have power or money. So that's why we encourage social dialogue and its pillars. Power in the absence of labor has no value. And then there's the capital. Of course, you have to pay due attention to capital. And of course, why not? There are also others, such as the executive and the judiciary. They also have a role to play in this future of work. I have come to realize that many countries have complained about the fact that the social dialogue is not really working. And yes, I guess there's no social dialogue, or it's not effective in some countries. And we are complaining about that. As far as the ILO is concerned, and as far as the European Union is concerned, there are always directives and new ideas. The ILO, for that matter, is basing its activities on a number of conventions. There are tripartite consultation convention, consultation recommendation, freedom of association convention. And if you ratify those conventions, then we can build on them, and industrial relations can have a certain level. But if certain countries have failed to ratify all those ILO conventions, then nothing will materialize. Not everything is always adopted in Romania, and of course there are certain specificities. Just like I said before, there are differences, and we have issues in the field of education, for instance, or entities are faced with issues, industries are faced with issues. But in the event of ratifying all such ILO conventions, then everybody is going to benefit. Governments, workers, employers. Now, let me remind everyone that the political world and the people that have capital in their hands, they need to realize that everything should be channeled towards growth and progress, because in the absence of good living standards, there's no progress. That is why social dialogue matters. It's really important. In the absence thereof, there's no welfare, no prosperity, no peace in the world. We need to promote all of these. All of us attending this conference, we have to promote these. We have to proceed with having ILO conventions ratified. We have to encourage dialogue with ministries. We have to show people what is to the benefit of the workers, what will be of interest to all. And of course, we have to protect workers' and employers' rights alike. And before I conclude, let me just say this. Of course, the capital has a clear role to play, but there are risks involved. And we workers are assuming certain risks, and we workers have also contributed to the GDP, their state budget. So the employers and the employees are both contributed to the formation of the GDP, and quite often we, through the social contributions and fees paid, we are building that. These political parties are trying to manage the money that we produce, the money that we make, because we contribute, both employers and employees do. So our role is very important. And let me conclude by saying this. As I said before, I'm going back home feeling richer, much richer. And I'm certain that upon going home, you will also realize that you've spent 2 exceptional days in Athens, that you are carrying with you great ideas that will be useful at home. Each and every one of us can learn from one another. We can show new things to one another. There are things to learn. We have to realize where we were successful and where we were not, and why. It's important to keep learning. Training and education is very learning. Quite often we say that we know everything, and we start giving orders to others, and we try to teach them ourselves, but we tend to fail to grasp why, for instance, business people have gone bankrupt, why jobs have been lost. All I can wish for you and to you is that, since we are about to have a new year, celebrate it, it's close, so just in case I don't see you until 2018, the beginning of the year, let me wish you all the best for the new year, progress, prosperity, good health. So, farewell, and hope to see you soon.
Bien. Chers amis,
Well, dear friends, I think that with the intervention of the President of ICESIS, we are bringing this conference to a close. I would like simply to give you a last piece of information which is connected to the last point that you see here on the program, the cultural event. And I would like to say that in order to participate in this cultural event, in the Athens concert, well, we see that all the people here are called upon to actually meet at 7:30 at the reception of the hotel. Thank you.